Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is day 3 of the summer knitting weekend. I am your host, Johnny Vasquez, editor-in-chief of the Yarnist, a daily knitting newsletter for fearless knitters just like you. Now, we've got a fun, full day of awesome techniques and learning and stuff, cooking, interviews. It's all here. We're going to be going live for the next few hours, and it's going to be packed. But before we do that, we have some business to attend to. We're going to recap everything that we did yesterday. We're going to talk about the things that we'll be covering today, and we're going to be announcing the winner of our challenge from yesterday as well. So yesterday we had, let's say, an interesting day. Things didn't go as planned as through parts of it, but we powered through and we were still able to get some things done. We went over time a little bit. That's not going to happen today. At least I think that it's not going to happen today. And for people that were watching yesterday, we ended up having to push the shadow knitting event out of the schedule. What we're going to do instead is I'm going to film a separate segment next week. We'll post that up into the Yarnist Society community, and you'll be able to watch that for 2 weeks before it gets put into the All Access Pass replay vault. Okay. Speaking of the All Access Pass, we have removed the videos from Monday. Okay. So it's been 48 hours since those went live, and those are now in the All Access Pass vault. Okay, so if you have one, you can find it in your dashboard. In fact, I'm going to show you where to do that right now. Let me pull up the Academy. So when you log into your Yarnist account, if you are enrolled in any classes, you'll go to your student dashboard. This will show all of the classes that you are enrolled in. If you're not on this page, you can click on this link that says My Dashboard in the top right, and you'll see something that looks like this. This is the All Access Pass. Now, right now, all we have in here is a link that goes to the stream, but next week we're going to be cleaning up all the videos, adding the transcripts, making sure that there's captions for everything. That will all be available starting next week, but it'll probably be day by day. So, Tuesday we'll get to day 1, Wednesday we'll get to day 2, Thursday day 3, and Friday day 4. So by the end of the week, we will have populated this with separate lessons for each session so that you can navigate a lot easier. But that's the way to find all of your stuff. Let's hop into the community to see what people were saying their biggest takeaways were from yesterday. And if you have a takeaway from yesterday, I want you to post it in the comments and we'll highlight that in just a minute. So first off, we have Christelle Ruddy. She says that trick to knit a row at the color change and ribbing was kind of mind-blowing. And this is referencing our session on stripes, where I talked about there's kind of an effect that happens when you're doing ribbing where there's a bit of like color bleed. Here we go. Sorry. Christelle Ruddy says that trick to knit a row at the color change and ribbing was kind of mind-blowing. So instead of just transitioning from one color to the next when you're doing ribbing, we talked a little bit a simple trick that you can do, which is just to knit a row of stitches and then go back into your pattern. Rachel said that mosaic color work may be my next big venture. Sandra says mosaic looks so advanced, but it's easy and satisfying. Janet said mosaic knitting is a new technique. Never tried it, although have patterns that use it, just haven't started any yet. Now I want to get at least one of them on the needles. Lisa says I have been less than fearless when it comes to mosaic. It is easier than I thought. After I finished, I went back to the site and found an older button. She's talking about going to the mosaic knitting site that we referenced in the session, and there's so many patterns on there to test. Norma said that there's a lot more to marling than she realized, and Julia posted a swatch that she knit up using the technique that we mentioned uh, with marling. So she did basically exactly what I did in the demonstration. Looks awesome. And let's see, Bronwyn says my biggest takeaway was how easy mosaic knitting is. And then she's asking about the shadow knitting. So yeah, we will do that later for sure. Some people were posting their challenge pictures in here. So in the future, post your challenge photos into the main knitting circle, not as a comment on other things. That way everybody can see them. Teresa says, I always knew I liked mosaic knitting better than most other color works. Today was just wonderful for making me realize that others aren't really so scary. Julie says the mosaic section and demo and that mojito coffee sounded really good. Are the recipes posted somewhere? I will get the recipes up, but it probably at this point is going to be Sunday, the soonest, most likely Monday, maybe even Tuesday. Let's see. Okay, so those were the main takeaways here. Pat says that something about gradients, but I don't remember chatting about gradients on that. On day 2, Marlin came along and problem solved. Thank you so much. Okay, so she's talking a little bit about how to make gradients using marling, which is that technique that you could kind of see here in this swatch. So we're going to come back to that in just a minute. But let's see. Do we have any? Not the comment sections, but in the chat. You can mention your takeaways in the chat. So if you're on YouTube or you're watching through StreamYard or Facebook, you can Facebook. I think it's just a comment, but you can post there, and we can see all of those right here and feature them on the screen. So Kathleen says, "I'd never seen the marling technique. Can't wait to try it." Heather Hott said that she really enjoyed the mosaic knitting challenge. And looks like we've got people coming from all over again. We have Janet from San Diego, Barb from Longmont, Colorado. I used to live close to there. I lived in Loveland. Let's see. We have Kathy from Robesonia, Pennsylvania. All right. And Denise from Owing Mills, Maryland. Judith from Mississippi. All right, we've got some more takeaways from yesterday. We have medieval history. It says it's all been fantastic. Can't wait to begin to say what I like. Can't begin to say what I like best. That's great. Anne says mosaic technique is way easier than I ever imagined. Lots of people loving mosaic, so that's great. And okay, I think that we're. Marianne, she says that I never would have tried mosaic knitting. And that's exactly sort of the point of this whole event, is to expose you to things that you maybe have never seen before or never tried, and encourage you to take the leap, to take the chance, to be fearless, because none of it is as hard as you think. And even though we're going to get into some more difficult techniques today, I'm going to do my best to show you that there's nothing to be scared of, that those techniques all still boil down to one basic concept, and you can all master that one concept, and you'll be able to knit that type of color work. Sabiha says the mosaic technique is awesome. I've already planned my project using it. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be covering today. So we're going to check out our itinerary. And here we go. So we have our kickoff call that we're in right now. Next, we're going to be going into the secrets of stranded color work. And I'm going to be showing you how the basic stranded color work technique works. And then I'm going to show you a bunch of different ways to hold your yarn to make that easier for you. And I'll give you a few little tips and tricks as well as we go along, but we're going to focus mainly on those different ways of holding your yarn because that's the technique that is important when it comes to doing stranded color work. Then we have improving your intarsia at 11:30. And again, these times are Eastern time. And here I'm going to show you the basic intarsia technique. And I'm going to show you a couple of little tips and tricks to help you be successful in doing that. Then at noon, we have a really great interview with Melissa Renfrey from Storyteller Stitchery. She is the third dyer part of our Yarnist yarn crate, the Summer of Colorwork yarn crate. And I'm going to talk more about that in just a second. Then we have one of my favorite recipes that I've made ever. You can maybe get a hint at what it is. I'm going to show you how to make it, and then I'm going to show you how to make it into some other delicious recipes. Perfect for summertime grilling. At 1:30, we're going to be doing a practice session together, doing something called a Latvian braid. So you're going to want to have a swatch ready, have two colors, maybe just do some stripes on there, a couple rows, and then we're going to make the Latvian braid. The braid is made in the middle of your color work. That's going to be our demo or our practice session for today. Then we are going over in Estonian inlay knitting, and I'm going to show you how the technique works, and we'll give you a few examples of it. It is a very unique kind of color work, but also incredibly simple to do. Then we have the 2-color brioche in the round, and this is the big boy. This is the one everyone is waiting for because I know so many people are super intimidated by knitting 2-color brioche. And I have to tell you that when you do it in the round, it's not that hard. It takes a little bit to get started, but once you get going, I think you'll see that it's pretty simple. But we'll also take a look at different kinds of 2-color brioche patterns and all of the cool things that you can do with it. But the majority of our time will be spent doing those demos. Of course, there will be a short time for question and answers at the end of each session. And if you guys have any questions today, before we get started with all of our programming, then you guys can post those in the chat and we'll answer those as well. Before we get into the challenge and looking at what everybody posted into the community and selecting our winner, I want to talk about something else that's super important, which is our yarn crate. Let me pull that up real quick. So this is our Summer of Color yarn crate, which we are going to be opening up pre-sales on Monday. But before then, we are going to be doing a vote because we have these great hand dyers that have joined the project. And what we've done is we've taken a yarn base that we created years ago called Zephyr, and we put it out to 3 hand dyers. 2 of them you've already met, Vanessa from Cape May Fibers and Abby from Poppy and Spruce. And we just asked them to dye the yarn in a way that makes them think of or feel like summer. Okay. And so here's sort of what they've come up with. Abby came up with these 3 beautiful ice cream inspired colorways, and they have these wonderful variegated and speckled designs to them. Vanessa did these absolutely gorgeous naturally dyed yarns. And since this yarn is 45% cotton and 55% wool, it takes the dye completely differently than the yarns from our other dyers. And we also have the colors from Melissa Renfrey, and she did these really luscious, deep tonal colors. So it's a little bit hard to see in the photo here, but there is all this subtle differences in these colors. A lot of people have said that these are their favorite colors of all of the group. So here's the thing that we're doing is you get to vote for each one of these dyers, and we're going to pick the favorite color from each one out of the three, and that's what's going into the yarn crate. On top of that, we also have a custom made mini minder from Lemonwood Fiber Tools. Mini minder is this kind of viral product that you can hold a ball of yarn hanging from your hand while you knit, and people are just finding it really, really fun to work with. So if you're wondering where to vote, you're going to go into the community. You're going to come right over to the Summer Knitting Weekend space, and underneath this welcome post, you'll see the vote for which yarn color goes in the crate. Now there are three different dyers. So you can enter into the poll here. You can see there's already 105 votes. And I'm not sure that, I think I'm giving a preview of how it's doing. I think that this is the back end. So you can vote for your favorite color. Make sure that you scroll all the way down so that you can vote for all three, because some people have missed this last one here. So, the voting is going to be ending on Sunday night. So on Sunday night, we're going to close the voting. It will end at midnight Pacific, and then we're going to sort of see which ones won. And then we are going to announce to everybody the winners from each dyer. And then those are the three colors that are going to end up in the yarn crate. You're going to get that custom limited edition mini minder, which we're going to be revealing the design tomorrow with our interview with Veronica Van, who's the owner of Lemonwood. Super cool interview. She's kind of a legend in the knitting industry. And she's been really awesome to work with. They came up with an amazing design that I'm really excited to share with you guys. And we're going to be including a workshop on how to use hand-dyed yarns in your own cowl design. Okay, so this is the same workshop that we're including with the All Access Pass, but if you haven't bought that, then you're going to get access to that so that you can use these hand-dyed yarns to create your own project rather than us just tell you, oh, make this one pattern that you may not like. So we're going to show you how to make something that you're going to actually love, how you can pair those hand-dyed yarns with some other yarns and knit something really beautiful. So if you already got the All Access Pass, we're going to be sending you a coupon code so that you can get $20 off of the yarn crate when that pre-sales go live on Monday. So, and the kits are going to be $150 plus shipping. They're only available in the US and in Canada. And we only have 150 of them. That's it. Like, that's all that we could order. We couldn't bombard these dyers with huge orders. So that's what they said they could handle. That's what we're doing. So when they're gone, and I fully expect them to be sold out maybe the first day. Like, who knows? So remember to go and vote for your favorites to see what ends up in the yarn crate. Okay, let's jump back into the community so that we can see what everybody did for our challenge. So the challenge was, let me pull up our challenge post. Here's the day 2 challenge. The challenge was to knit a mosaic swatch, and you could use a stitch pattern from either New Stitch a Day, our website, or from the Mosaic Knitting intrasia.com. So let's see, we had a lot of people post swatches in here because people really love the mosaic. So let's take a look at what people came up with. Wanda made this really beautiful purple and yellow swatch. Donna has this kind of like swirly version here, and this design is pretty popular. A lot of people posted ones like this. Let's see, we have Cynthia. She made the maze one, which is like a pretty involved one. I think I was featuring this one yesterday during the workshop. Here we have Kathleen, who did another one that has that swirly bits. I like that she paired the solid color with the variegated yarn. That looks pretty cool. Okay, we have Evangeline did also the swirly pattern, but it looks like she did. She messed up a little bit, but that's okay. We have Diane did kind of like a stair-stepping option, and she showed the back of it, so you kind of see how those strands work when you're slipping stitches. Here we have Maria, who did this really cool sort of zigzag pattern over stripes. I think that's really interesting. This is a blanket that someone, or a sweater that someone is working on. We have the Swiss check stitch here. This one looks a little bit like stranded colorwork. That's cool. Let's see. Here we have, whoops. Now we lost it. Here we go. This is like a check ridge stitch, I think. Then Yolanda made a baby blanket. I think she said this was her own design. She combined some different stitch patterns together. And here we have Pat, who's done sort of this like cool stair step pattern. And I think hers is garter stitch. Then we have someone took on the jacquards one. That's a cool one. Very nice. Then Anita, she added onto her swatch from the day before. That's kind of a cool idea. So she just did some stripes, and then she continued on doing, I think, that same Swiss check stitch or a similar one. Oh, North Star. And we have Linda did the zigzag. Another spiral from Katie. And a maze from Elisa. And I think that's almost it. We've got Julie with the B stitch. Sue did that same spiral. And we have the stair step zigzag. Okay, there we go. So thank you to everybody who posted your swatches in there. They look really cool. Mariana's asking, how do you post a picture? I can show you how to do that real quick. So let's go back into the Yarnist Society, and at the top right corner here, or at the bottom if you're on the mobile, you can click New Post. Also at the top of your feed, there is a New Post option. You can just click right here. That's going to come in. You have your title up here, and then you have your body. Okay. And then to put a photo, you just click this little add image, and it's going to pull up your file in your phone. It'll pull up your photo files or your photo album, and on your computer, it'll just pull up your files, and you can add your image in there, and you're good to go. We can do it here. Yeah, we can do one real quick. So just add a picture, and it'll populate. Pretty simple. Just like that. Okay, and then you just click publish and make sure that it's in the knitting circle and that you're not adding it as a comment onto another post. So if you add it as a comment, then a lot fewer people are going to be able to see it. So, okay, we've got a few minutes before we're supposed to get started with our first session. So what we're going to do, we saw the pictures. So if you're worried that we didn't, you put it in the wrong place and you're disqualified, don't worry about that. Like we still see them, but it's more so that everybody can see your work, because if you post it in a comment, not everybody looks at that post and in those comments. Whereas if you post it as a post in the main feed, then more people are going to see it. So, and we want you to be celebrated for the work that you do. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to pick the winner of the challenge. We are going to just pick at random. We've put together a list of all of the names of everybody that put a swatch up before the deadline. And then the winner is going to get one skein of hand-dyed yarn from our guest dyer yesterday, Abby from Poppy and Spruce Fibers. She's not sponsoring this. We are purchasing the yarn from her. We want her to be paid for her work. And so what you'll do is when we pick your name, you can go to their website, and we may even just connect you with Abby so that you can kind of chat with her and get some ideas on what might be the best thing. And then we will take care of that transaction and make sure that it gets shipped out to you ASAP. So yesterday, Kathy won the challenge for a ball of yarn from Cape May Fibers. And probably today there's going to be another challenge, and somebody might win some yarn from Storyteller Stitchery. Maybe, who knows? We'll have to see. Okay, so how many people do we have? 31 people entered in. So I'm going to pick a number just from the top of my head. I'm thinking of a number. It's coming to me now, and the number is 14.
Susan Binnington.
Susan what?
Binnington.
Susan Binnington. Binnington. Okay, Susan, we will be in touch with you, and congratulations, and thank you again to everybody who entered into the challenge. We have a great day ready for you guys. I am super excited for all the stuff that we're going to be talking about. So we're going to take just a couple minutes break to get everything, make sure everything's ready, and then we will get started with our stranded colorwork session. And we're back. So today we are going to be talking about stranded color work for our first session. Stranded color work is probably the most popular kind of color work. That's what most people are familiar with. A lot of people call it Fair Isle color work, and it consists primarily of working with two colors of yarn in the same row basically at the same time. So you're swapping colors back and forth. And when you switch from one color to the next, that other color is carried along the back, and that creates a strand. Now, Fair Isle has sort of become the colloquial term, catch-all term for stranded color work, but technically it is a very specific kind of color work. Although I don't know, with the way that language evolves over time, maybe now it means both things. So traditionally, let's say, it was a very specific kind of stranded color work, and it had its own rules to it. I think you could only mostly done with like black and white yarn. Who cares? That's not really how we call it now. So now everybody calls it Fair Isle. Here's an example of stranded color work that I made the other day using this cool chevron pattern from the book Knittovation, I think it is, or Alternates, one of those two by Andrea Rangel. And you can see how we can create kind of really cool, interesting designs, even though we're only knitting with two colors in the same row. So we can see on the back how those colors are sort of stranded across, like so. And for this swatch, I just knit the thing in the round, and I just cut it up the back in order to make the swatch. I didn't block this swatch yet, so it's a little lumpy. And that's because my tension isn't amazing. I don't do a ton of stranded color work. But if I were to block this, then it would, sort of even out quite a bit more, and would be, more nice and flat. Traditionally, you're going to make a lot of sweaters are made using stranded color work. And if they're a cardigan, you'll knit them in the round, and then you cut them up the front, just like I did for the swatch. And that's called steeking. If you've never seen that before, a lot of people are quite scared of that technique, but it's not nearly as scary as it seems. It is used as color work in the round, or let's say that stranded color work is often done in the round, primarily because it was used for making sweaters. But you traditionally only knit the stitches because you're always working on the right side of the fabric. Now, you can do stranded color work flat. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing, particularly challenging. It's just less convenient because instead of knitting every stitch on every row, you have to purl those stitches while you're sort of managing those color changes, which for some people is a bit of a challenge. It's not nearly as comfortable to do. So that's why most people do it in the round. You can see stranded color work done with more than two colors in the round, but it's pretty rare. It's not that often that you'll see that. There are some regional styles of stranded color work that do even more than that and incorporate pearls on the front side, something like Bauhaus stickening, which is a movement that came out of Sweden in the 1970s, I think it was. And they have these really beautiful, colorful yoke sweaters. So you're going to see these styles primarily with the sort of like striped colors, where you're working a band of a design. This is sort of that traditional English Fair Isle that you see where the colors change quite a bit. But you also see it a lot in Nordic sweaters where they do these really colorful yokes. And then, they hide the increases in the color work as they go around. What we're going to cover today is the basic stranded color work technique, because the goal here is to show you that to knit color work is not that hard. And in reality, the only thing that you need to know in order to do stranded color work is to know how to hold two yarns in your hand at once, or how to manage those two colors, and how to switch back and forth seamlessly. And it's not that hard. It's not that hard at all. For people that are joining us and don't know what the heck is going on, this is the Summer Knitting Weekend, and you can register for more information at the link below at the bottom of the screen. So let's move over to our demo station and learn how to do some stranded color work. Okay, so I have knit up a swatch sample here, and I've done this flat, so it's a little bit different than it would be if you were doing it in the round. This is a swatch in the round. Okay, so I'm still only knitting all of the stitches on the right side. I'm just sort of pulling the yarn, just bringing the yarn around the back. This is a technique that you can use to do swatching without having to knit the whole swatch in the round, which can be kind of annoying. And we don't like to be annoying. We like things to be smooth and fun. Not that this is really smooth and fun to do. I don't particularly enjoy swatching in the round, but it's going to make it easier for this technique. So what I've done is I've already knit a few rows in one color, and then I've done a little section of stranded color work. Okay, so we've got here 3 stitches for each little block. We're making sort of a checkerboard pattern. So we've done 3 stitches in color A, or in color B, 3 in color A, and so on and so forth. Now what I'm doing is I've switched those colors. So on the next row, I have gone with color A first and then color B. And so I'm going to show you how I do stranded color work. I'm not going to show you how to add color into the row and stuff. That stuff is basic basic knitting skills. If you're doing stripes, it's the same kind of thing. There's nothing different there. So I'm going to grab my color A, and I'm also going to grab color B. And I'm going to tension color A in my hand like I knit English style, which is my normal way of knitting. And then I'm tensioning color B in my hand like continental style. Okay, so this is not the way that I knit normally, but it is the easiest way that I have found when you learn how to hold the yarn like this to be able to work 2 colors across. So I'm going to knit with one style, English style, and then when I come to color B, I'm going to knit the other style. And it takes a second to, this is a little bit of an issue just because I'm coming from this side over. This is not how it would normally be. But I'm going to knit that stitch continental style, and I'm going to make sure that I don't split the stitch when I do that. So you can see how I would just knit one from one hand, and then I would knit one from the other hand. Okay. And I'm also making sure that the yarn's always sort of traveling over the top of the color change. I'm not really twisting these yarns around each other. I'm just working one on top of the other. Okay. So now some people are mentioning that the colors are a little bit difficult to see. The important part here is less the color colors themselves, and it's more how we hold the yarn when we're knitting them. So hopefully you can at least see that there are two different colors, and that will be good enough for understanding what we're trying to get across in this session. So I'm going to continue now with the same color A. I'm just going to knit this first stitch to get it secured down so that it'll be a little bit easier for us to see as we go along. Now, if you're an English style knitter, another option for holding two colors is to basically hold both colors in one hand like so. And you would then switch between the colors in the hand. So you're going to work the colors at the same time, but you're just going to pick the color that you need when you need it. This isn't something that I've practiced a whole bunch, so now this is not my preference. You can see that, you know, it's not the easiest thing to do, but it is a technique that some people do. And, you know, if you get practiced enough at it and you find that trying to do the continental in one hand is too hard, then this can be an option for you. Okay, so it is also possible to do that same thing in your hand when you're doing continental. Now, I am not a great continental knitter, so we're going to try this and see how this goes, but I'm not confident that it's going to go well. So let me grab the yarns. And I'm going to do my best to demo to you. I'm going to switch colors now to keep with our pattern, but I'm going to try and keep the tension like so. Let's see if this is any easier to do like this. Okay, and I need to get tension down here on this first one because it's coming from the wrong direction. But then it should be right. Okay. Well, I would say that actually this is not so bad. So here, I feel like you have a little bit more control of which yarn to grab. And I have seen more people do this technique versus the doing it English style. Now, I'm not too concerned about my tension right now. This is, you know, we're just demonstrating the holding methods here. And you can also see me improvise as I try to avoid making mistakes in real time. Okay, so that is, let's say, two different ways that you can hold your yarn, but don't worry, there are more. So one way that we can do this is where we hold the yarn in one hand, and then we just kind of tension it in our palm for the other hand. So, let's say that I knit English style with color B here, and I just work like normal. And then the other yarn is going to be just kind of down at the bottom here. Not with a lot less tension. Now, I have seen people tension their yarn kind of like this, something like this. This is actually kind of how I crochet, but doing it now for this demo, I can say that it's not a great idea. Mostly because it looks like I'm knitting the wrong direction on that yarn. So let me fix my stitches here. So what happened is that I was knitting from this side of the yarn instead of knitting from the tail of the yarn. So I'm going to say that that's a bad technique. Don't do that one. It's no fun. But what we can do is we can use a little yarn guide. There are different versions of this that you'll find online. And we sort of just place the yarn colors into the guide like so. Clip that down, and we're going to see how does this go. Haven't tried this one before either. So, okay, so we're going to come in and work our color and get that secured. And let's see. Oh, that was the wrong color. So I can see the issue with this right away is that I can't control the tension pretty much at all. I guess I need to tension it into my hand first. Huh? That probably makes sense. Okay. Yeah, that might work. Okay, so we'll knit this one. What I have to do is I have to get enough tension on that first stitch, which is kind of hard to figure out. Okay, there we go. So here we have now I have better control over the tension. We have the yarn guide here. And I would say that once you sort of figure out how to tension, this is actually not a terrible tool, especially since you can space out the yarn further apart. So it's a little bit easier to get from one yarn to the next. Okay, there we go. And do I have an extra stitch there somehow? Okay. All right, so I'm gonna try this tool on my other finger. Let's see how does that work. Doing this continental stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna tension the yarn in my hand first, and then I'll place that on my finger. I need to make sure that I have enough tension on both colors before I start so that I can keep good tension on the needle. All right, let's see how this one goes. So I should have one more row in this pattern here. Okay, so I'm going to pull on this stitch for the knit stitch. And that's pretty nice. I like that. This one feels far away, but maybe when we get that first stitch in. Okay. That's not a terrible option if you want to do it from one hand. So to be honest, I thought that this tool was going to be a joke. So I'm a little bit surprised that it works this well. I would say that it works pretty well, actually. And I'm not a very good continental style knitter, so switching the colors isn't the easiest thing, but I think that that's more like getting used to, getting used to how the tool works. And then making it work for you. So, okay. Do I love it? No. Does it work? I think so. So there are lots of different versions of tools like this that you can get. This one costs like 3 or 4 euros. So that's probably like $4 or $5 in the States, or like $20 in Canada. So, okay. I'm going to go back to that original version and just demo for you once again what I think is really the best technique, which is doing English style in one hand and doing continental style in the other. So if you don't know how to English style, we have a free class in the Yarnist Academy that's Knitting 101 that shows English style. We also have a free class called Knitting Faster with Continental that shows you how to do continental style. So I'm going to be switching my colors now. And the nice thing is that when you have yarns in both hands, you can knit just so much more efficiently. So I just need to secure that first stitch there, and then I can kind of knit much more freely. So this is not a beautiful swatch. That's not the point of this. Again, the tension is not our goal here. So I'm going to finish this up row, and then we're going to take a few minutes for questions. But this is stranded colorwork. I'm not saying that this is the simplest technique, but this is the only thing that you need to know how to do in order to knit colorwork. Now, again, my tension is terrible here. These are super scrunched together because all my stitches are really tight, and that's fine. We were just demonstrating how to hold the yarn. But there you go. That's how we do stranded colorwork. Let's take some questions. Okay, can I speak about Floats, Catherine Clark. Yes. So floats are these strands on the back of the swatch, and on this swatch, I was not managing the tension on those floats very well, so they're really tight, right? So that ends up pulling the fabric together quite a bit. Even on this swatch that I knit here, you can see that it's sort of rippled a little bit, and that's because of that tension. I'm guessing that your question is sort of like, how do you manage floats without having that sort of issue of tension? I think part of it is that it takes practice. You need to sort of get comfortable and understand. It's not any different than managing your tension when you're doing regular knits. It's just that you're probably less comfortable knitting with two yarns, possibly from two different hands. And so, and especially people often have different tension when they are knitting continental versus when they're knitting English style. So all of those things play into issues with the floats. Now, floats, usually you want to have a maximum of about 5 stitches in between. And that's so those floats don't get too long. If they get too long, then they can kind of catch on stuff because they'll be a little bit too loose. You can do longer floats by sort of catching the float on the back. So let's say that you had an 8-stitch gap in between color changes. If you wanted to do something like that, then on that 4th stitch, you would just sort of make sure that you wrap one yarn color over the next, kind of like do a little twist, and that will lock in the float into the back. Now, there are some techniques for doing color work without floats. I'm not that familiar with those, but I do know that they exist. Doing stranded color work without floats. But I think you'd need to search online for stuff like that. Let's see. We have Heather asks, what are my thoughts on color dominance in stranded color work? I don't have any thoughts on that topic because I have not thought about that topic before a few days ago. And I just don't think it's that important. I'm not saying that it doesn't matter to some people, but when we're talking about sort of like, basics for color work knitting and people that are just trying to get started with stranded color work, yarn, like color dominance is like it's not it's an advanced technique. It's just, it's sort of like it's lower down on the priority list of things that you should be paying attention to. So it's much more important to be paying attention to your tension, to have even stitches and stuff like that, and not make mistakes, than it is to be thinking about like, oh, I need to make sure that I always am wrapping this yarn this direction so that one color sort of pops more than the other. Let's see. Mikko has a good point, and I didn't demonstrate this just because it's a little bit challenging to do with this setup. But she says that she knits Portuguese style, which is tensioning the yarn around the neck. So you would basically like have your yarn come over the neck like this to tension. And I actually knit Portuguese style some myself for certain things, and I haven't done color work this way, but I do like the way. And I think that she uses pins on the front, or not Mikko, but the lady that teaches Portuguese style knitting. I think that you can use pins Portuguese pins that sort of tension from your chest or even a necklace. If you have 2 pins, you can sort of tension the yarn from different directions, and that makes it a little bit easier to manage. So that is another good technique. So Debbie's saying that she thinks that the color dominance is very important. Dominant color goes down. So just remember that the dominant color always needs to be underneath your background color. Like, okay, great. Or else it'll be hidden inside the other color. My point is that I'm saying that that's not for a beginner the thing that people I think that they should worry about as much. I think that the technique, learning to manage your strands, is probably the first thing to master. Sharon asks, if you find your floats too tight for a couple of stitches earlier, is there a way to loosen the float? I mean, usually if you're having floats that are tight, I'm guessing that that's a problem you're consistently having across the things. So you want to, I don't think that you're going to have a lot of slack to be sort of budging things with. So I would sort of err on the side of things being a little bit on the loose side versus sort of being tighter. If that makes sense. So, but let's say that you did have some slack in your floats, you could potentially sort of like finagle those stitches. It's just going to take some effort because you need to sort of use a needle and sort of like, pull and tug and, sort of like move those things through the fabric to loosen them up. So I think it's a little bit more important to be, when you're practicing, to err on the side of being loose with things and get comfortable with the technique. And that's why it's important to, do small projects to like, we have a headband project in the academy that's perfect for learning this kind of stuff because it's not a very big project. And if you make mistakes, you didn't take forever to knit it. It takes a couple of hours to work on. So. Sue asked, why did I slide the stitches to the end and carry the yarn across instead of purling the second row? Because when you're doing stranded color work, you're almost always doing it in the round. And so when I'm knitting a swatch like this, where it's not actually, I'm not knitting stitches in the round, that's sort of a method to mimic the look of stitches in the round. So, that's called swatching in the round. So I'm basically bringing that stitch back to the beginning. So I'm always knitting the same direction. So that way you can kind of see like, how does it work? Because most of the time you're not going to be purling when you're doing stranded color work. Catherine has a tip. She says that I was told to help with having loose floats, to space out the knit stitches before you make the longer floats for the next stitch, and then it will be relatively loose. So that's a great tip. Thank you for sharing. Okay, we are a little bit over time now, so we're going to cut off questions right now. If you have more questions on this topic, I encourage you to post them into the Yarnist Society community. We have a ton of knowledgeable knitters here that are available to help answer those questions. I'm not saying that I am the end-all be-all expert on these topics. My goal is to introduce you to the topics and show you the basics so that you feel confident in going and trying them and exploring them more in depth. But if you have questions, I will do my best to answer those inside the community. We're going to take a short break here to set up for the next session. And when we get back, we're going to be talking about intarsia. Okay, and we are back. Welcome to session 2 for the summer knitting weekend. Today we are talking about more advanced colorwork techniques. We just finished up a great session on stranded colorwork, and right now we're going to be talking about intarsia. So intarsia is what would consider to be the most difficult colorwork technique. Yes, even more difficult than two-color brioche. And the reason for that is not that the technique in itself is so complicated, but usually when you are knitting things in intarsia, you have to manage a lot more stuff. So we'll get into how that all works in just a minute. But intarsia is a type of knitting where you are adding more than one color into the same row, but you are having a hard stop to one color and then starting with another color. Okay, you're not continuing to work those other colors in the same row. And if you do come back to that color, you're going to start with a new section of color. So you would have a separate ball or bobbin of that. We're going to explain what all of that means in just a minute. But I can show you an example, the swatch that I've been working on here that uses this technique. And so you can see that I have in this first row 3 colors of yarn. Okay, we have the gray and the teal and the orange. And we use the intarsia cast on that we covered on day 1 to add all of those different colors into the first row. I tied off the ends just so they didn't get in the way so badly. And then I've been doing this diagonal line, which I'll show you how that works in a little bit as we continue knitting on this swatch. But the gray here completely ends. Then we start knitting with the teal, and then that completely ends and we start knitting with the orange. And then the same is true on the back end. So we will work this flat and we would come back and continue working each color. And what we do is we wrap those colors around each other to kind of secure them together. So the basic technique that we are covering when it comes to intarsia is that color transition, which is really just that twist around each other when we are switching from one color to the next. Now, there are some things that we need to pay attention to when we're doing that, like how do we tension things and such. We'll talk about that in the demo. But that is, the basic technique that we are doing with intarsia. It's very flexible because you can add color into the middle of your knitted fabric and you can sort of do shapes and graphical images. You can do letters, and you can put as many colors as you want into a row. So if you're someone like Kay Fassett who loves to do intarsia, he makes these very complicated sweaters that will have maybe 10 or 12 or more colors changing in one row. And that means that you have little balls of yarn that you're sort of like trying to manage all the way across. And that's why I think that this technique is probably the most complicated, just because it lends itself to having more elements to be keeping track of. That being said, you can do very simple intarsia projects, and that's what we are going to do today. So I'm going to show you a quick demo. I think it'll be quick anyway, on how to get started with intarsia. So let's go to our demo area here. And the first thing that we need to do is we need to make a bobbin. So you can buy bobbins, little pieces of plastic where you can wrap the yarn around. That's definitely one way to do it. I think that just doing a little butterfly bobbin is good enough. So we're just going to take sort of our fingers here. We're going to wrap the yarn around our fingers like so. And it depends on how big your section of color work is going to be, how much yarn you're going to want to have. But I think that this is a very simple way, because you don't have to have any extra tools and it doesn't add much extra weight. So if you're using those tools, you are going to end up with having
what's it called? I'm getting tripped up here, securing this yarn down. Even those bobbins are often made of plastic, they kind of get in the way. So I like these because they're very light and they don't catch on anything. They just hang really nice and easily, and the yarn can still kind of pull out of the center there as you're going. So when you have your bobbin here, then we're going to actually cut off the yarn like so. And then we can knit into the fabric, but we need to make another bobbin actually. So I'm going to take the end of this yarn here, and we're just going to do the same thing. So I'm just going to wrap this around my fingers. Okay, and I think that should be pretty good. I'm just going to pull that off, wrap around here. There's probably a better way to tie these, but I'm just going to slip this in a loop here, because I don't want to make any knots. Okay, so we're going to cut off this bobbin, and you might be wondering, okay, why am I making a bobbin of this color? Don't worry, I'm going to show you in a minute. So we have our orange, and we have our gray, and we have already some gray that we've knit up on this swatch. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a little square in the middle here. So we're just going to knit up 5 stitches, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to switch colors, 5, and then we're going to switch back to our other color. Okay, so I'm going to keep knitting with my gray like before. And I always do a selvage stitch on my swatches. So we've got our 5 stitches. And now what we're going to do is we're going to switch to our other color. So I'm going to take the yarn from the bobbin, and I'm just going to hold it in my hand as if I was knitting like normal. Okay. And then I'm going to place that color onto my needle to knit that stitch like so. Okay. Now we'll secure this down. Actually, probably we need to secure this before we knit this stitch. So we'll go back 1. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay this color down as I'm knitting the last stitch. Okay. And that will lock that color in so that we can knit with it. Okay, and now I'm going to hold the yarn like I would if I was knitting normally. I'm going to continue knitting with the next color. So that first stitch, when we're adding in new colors, when we need to lock it in the stitch before. And then we've got our 5 stitches here. And again, this last stitch here, we need to lock in our new color, even though it's the same as our old color. Okay, so we have our gray here that we're going to lock in. So we're going to place that on top of the color. And then we're going to knit with the last stitch of our color B. And then this is technically color C, even though it's the next same color as before, because we have a third ball here. So now we're going to knit those last 5 stitches. Okay. So we have 3 sections. We have color A, color B, and color C. Color C is the same color as color A, but we have a new ball here. Okay, so maybe we'll call them ball 1, ball 2, and ball 3. So I'm going to turn this all around, and we're going to purl on this. So intarsia is almost always, it's basically always knit flat. You can sort of get around it knitting in the round, but the reason why it needs to be knit flat is because you always need to come back on the wrong side, the opposite direction, and pick that color up, because otherwise it's just going to end up on this side. We need to pick it up and bring it back the other direction. So now I'm knitting with ball 3 over to ball 2. And when I do this transition, I'm going to make sure that the yarn comes along the outside here and locks in that ball 3. Okay, so ball 2 is going to lock in ball 3. Okay, now I'm going to just purl those stitches. And to make sure that we sort of like don't end up with any gaps or weird tension, I'm going to tighten down the yarn once we get to that 3rd stitch. When we get to past 2 stitches, I'm just going to pull really hard, and that will help make sure that we don't end up with loose tension. Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing here. So we're going to make sure that this yarn 2, ball 2 lays over ball 1 as we come back across, and we're going to lock that yarn in. And when we get to the 3rd one, we're going to just pull real tight on those stitches, get any extra slack out, and we finish the row. So I'm going to go back over this real quick so that you can see how that technique works when we're continuing knitting up. You can see that this stitch here from the lock is peeking through a little bit. You can just kind of play with that. When you weave it in at the end, you'll be able to sort of adjust that so it doesn't show through. Okay, so now we're just going to knit this row like normal. And when we get to our ball 2, I'm going to lock the yarn again. So we're going to pick up our strand that we're working with. We're going to bring it under, and then we're going to just knit to make sure that that gets locked in there nice and tight. Okay, so again, we'll knit 2 stitches, and we're going to pull the slack out of those stitches, make sure they're nice and tight, and then we're going to keep knitting. Okay, and then when we get to our ball 3, we'll do the same thing. We're just going to swap colors, and then we bring that new color under the old color, like so. When we come over, it's going to lock that stitch in. And that's it. That is all there is to intarsia. Again, the complicated thing is sort of managing the number of different colors that you have within the row and just maintaining tension as you're knitting. So, but you can keep doing this. We're not going to do it right now, but you keep doing this until you have a little block, and then you'll continue on with your ball number 1 to finish out the row or the rest of the swatch. Okay, I'm going to talk real quickly, and we'll take some questions, but I'll talk real quickly about something that's called shaped intarsia. I'm not going to show how to do it just for time's sake, but it's relatively simple. It's the same concept, but what we're doing here is when we get to the transition, we're going to do an increase in this color here. Let's say that this is ball 2. And then we'll do a decrease when we get to ball 3 here, which is the gray. And so what that does is it gives you a little bit cleaner line along the edge. I messed up a little bit here when I did the transition, but you can see that you get more of a straight edge as a transition. So you're increasing before you do your transition. When you do the transition, you decrease. And you have to do that on both sides to maintain, so both the front and the back. So if you haven't done decreasing when you're on the wrong side, then you'd have to make sure that the stitches are flowing the right direction. Otherwise, you end up with stitches that look like this, which aren't bad, but they aren't as clean of a line. So this is a little bit more of an advanced technique. You can find some tutorials on YouTube that show you how to do this. It's not hard, but you do have to think a little bit more about what you're doing when you are doing it. But you know, this version doesn't look bad either, but this is definitely something that you're going to see when you're doing diagonals or sort of shapes that sort of move across stitches over space. Okay, let's take a few questions before we finish up this session. TC says, I learned to knit when I was 16 and didn't realize that it was an intarsia design. Well, I think that that's the best way, right? If you don't know it's hard, then you know, nothing holds you back from doing it. So not to say that this is the hardest thing, but because I think that the technique itself is not that challenging. It's just a matter of like, how do you, you know, again, how many things are you trying to manage at one time? Sandra says, now it makes sense. I always wondered how the stitches did not have a gap. Yeah, it's just sort of that twist as you do that color transition that's going to lock those stitches together. And then doing that little tug a couple of stitches in, not right away, but doing a couple of stitches in will sort of help make sure that you have more even transitions with those stitches. Mikkel says that another idea is using small black binder clips. You can clip it onto your clothing and then, oh, this is about Portuguese knitting, I think. There's a conversation happening in the chat about Portuguese knitting, so which is a really cool technique. We have a class on that for Yarnist Plus members in the academy that teaches you how to do Portuguese. Changed the way that I knit. It's awesome. It is the most comfortable way to knit purl stitches that I've ever encountered. All right, Margaret, do we have other questions on this topic? Nope. Okay, Wanda says, what specifically is the name of the technique the last sample shown so I can Google it? It is shaped intarsia. There's a good article on Interweave's blog about it that, you know, explains the basics of it. So shaped intarsia is just a way of getting cleaner lines when you're doing diagonals and stuff. All right. Well, just to stay on schedule, where if you have questions on these topics that you want us to follow up on later, the community is the absolute best place for you to post those. You can just make a new post in the knitting circle. Don't be afraid. Everybody will be super helpful and supportive. And if the community doesn't jump in with some answers, because we have a ton of smart people here, then I will do my best to give you an answer when I am able to get in there. But right now we're going to, we have an interview. Yeah, right. Okay. We have our interview with, oh, it's not in here. Okay. Our interview with Melissa Renfrey from Storyteller Stitchery. She's going to talk all about her journey and how she became a hand dyer. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the yarns that she dyed for our upcoming yarn crate. So hope you guys enjoy our chat with Melissa. Hey, Melissa, thank you so much for joining us. For people who don't know you or are not familiar with what you do, can you share a little bit about your story?
Yeah, so I am the founder and dyer behind Storyteller Stitchery. So in my kind of personal life, fiber arts, I'm a knitter, spinner, a little bit of felting, a little bit of everything really in the fiber arts. And then in the business, obviously coming up with the colorways and actually dyeing them and all of the different hats that are involved in running a business.
All right, we're going to dive into all of that a little bit later, but I'd like to back up a little bit and go to the beginning of the story. What is your first memory of the fiber arts, whether it be knitting or crocheting or even something that's knitting adjacent?
Yeah, so actually it's a really early memory. When I was about 3, I was little, so I don't know exactly, but around that age, I got one of the little French knitting dolls. And so this was definitely my kind of introduction, very simple, into the fiber arts. But I just thought it was the most incredible thing, especially at that age, that I would have this like little painted doll. And for anyone that's not familiar, it's this little wooden tool. And then, at least in the 80s, they tended to be painted like a little doll with hooks on the top, and you'd wrap the yarn and it would make basically just an I-cord. It's a long I-cord, but as a 3-year-old, it felt like this magical thing where I would wrap the yarn and make this thing. And so that's definitely my earliest memory of kind of playing with wool and fiber arts.
Yeah, I think that I have seen some of those at the stores still. And it's basically just like a little tiny knitting loom.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you remember what your first actual knitting project or crochet project was?
Yeah, so my grandma had taught me to knit when I was younger, but I only ever did like small swatches. I never really did a project. And then this is from when I was about maybe 7 or 8, and then I didn't knit for a long time. And then when I was about 2021, something like that, I decided to get back into it and bought a book, and I was at university at the time, taught myself how to knit. And so my first project was a scarf from the book. I would say it was a complete disaster. Except I learned a lot. College student, I went and bought the cheapest yarn that was on sale. It was 2 different colors, and knowing nothing about yarn, I didn't look at the weight or the ply or the fiber content. I didn't look at the colors. I just knew I needed 2 colors. So I, like I say, bought the cheapest, and it wasn't pretty in terms of colors. And then also I learned about gauge and yarn weight. So I want to say one was maybe like a worsted weight, and the other was maybe a fingering weight. There was a dramatic difference. So it did this kind of a waving thing as it went through the stripes. I don't think I ever wore it, but it was a great first project because I learned so much throughout the knitting of it in terms of like knitting techniques and basic knitting techniques, because it was just a long scarf, but also in terms of making intentional choices in the colors, fiber content, and all of those different things.
It's amazing what such a simple project can teach you. And I always say that it's actually those mistakes are the things that we learn from the most. And so it's important to embrace your mistakes and to make more mistakes, try things and make mistakes and learn and iterate.
100% agree. And that's what's so great about yarn. You make mistakes, you can pull it out if you need to and rework it. Yeah.
You'd be surprised how many people are afraid of ruining their yarn, and they don't want to buy really nice yarn, or they don't want to knit up a project with something that they feel like they can mess it up. And I'm always like, what's going to happen to it? It's going to get fuzzy.
And I think sometimes it's the emotional attachment and not wanting to, and especially this is the case, I think, with other art mediums, like not wanting to spoil or ruin the thing that, that if you have, especially if it's a hand-painted skein of yarn, like it can feel like it's this very pretty thing and you love looking at it on the shelf. And what if I make something with it and it ruins it? It doesn't. You can always wind it back into the skein if you really want to do that.
Absolutely. And sure, you could split the yarn, or maybe it might fray in some parts a little bit. But yeah, I've taken apart sweaters and like that I bought from the thrift store and just rewound and reused that yarn when I didn't have any money. Yarn's resilient. That's what it's made to be. So you're now a hand dyer with your own brand and own company. How did you first get into dyeing your own yarn?
Yeah, so like I said earlier, I started knitting like earlier in the 2000s, and I really quickly went down the rabbit hole of starting to spin. I made a little drop spindle and got some wool from a local alpaca farm, and really quickly got into dyeing. And it started out with like using Kool-Aid and those kind of food coloring type of ones. That was like my very first introduction to it, because I wanted to be able to do it in the kitchen, in the microwave, and so I went to a thrift store and bought some like bowls and supplies, and then just used my regular microwave and just started playing with color and just seeing how color could apply. And I also really quickly got into dyeing fiber for spinning, because I was young. I couldn't afford a lot of these hand painted and beautiful indie dyed yarns and fibers. So that was like my way to start to learn it and be able to make it for myself when I was on such a tight budget.
Okay.
And then been dyeing since then.
So how did you transition from doing it more as a hobby to then starting your own hand-dyed yarn label?
Yeah, so like I say, that was back in the early 2000s, and I moved to the US late 2007. That's when I got my first spinning wheel. And from then until really last year was when I launched the business. So that's a pretty recent business. I've worked in higher education and ed tech this whole time, and I'm full-time in the business now as of the start of this year. But for the past close to 20 years, I got into dyeing and acid-based dyeing because I would have very clear pictures of what I wanted a project or a yarn to be, and making it myself was the way that I could achieve that for spinning and for projects with yarn, for knitting and things like that. I've been doing it, and I used to have a little table that I'd set out in the backyard with like a hot plate and the pan, and because I didn't want to mix acid dyes in the house, and so I would set up a little space outside and spend some time. And being in Arizona, the weather's so great, like that wasn't an issue. But I'm toying with the idea of starting the business because it's something I love to do. And so last year we created a dye studio. So I have my dye studio set up and built the website, launched the business, and I just decided to throw myself in it, like basically every minute of the day that I wasn't in my full-time job. And the business, thankfully, it picked up really quickly. I absolutely love what I do. And so I'm very thankful that it's been going really well.
That's great to hear. And I know from experience how much courage it takes to go on your own and take that leap into entrepreneurship full-time. So I applaud you for that. And I'm so glad that you've been able to make it your full-time gig so quickly. That's pretty unusual.
It is unusual. And I think the fact that I've got like 20 years experience in it, like it's been a long build up to this point. So even though it seems like a really fast start of the business and a fast turnaround, background in ed tech and online stuff, like so much of it's fed into this and pulled together. And so I think all of those experiences and being in the fiber arts community for so long as a consumer and as an artist for myself, and then it just all came together. And I think that's why it seems like such a quick trajectory, is pulling all of that together.
Yeah, Chris Gillibo, he wrote like an manifesto or an ebook or something like that. It was like 296 days to overnight success. And I always love that idea of you really have to have that underlying knowledge or experience to really start to put something out into the world that people go, okay, they have a clear voice, they have a clear vision, they know what they're doing. I've basically fumbled my way forward for the last 10 years in public trying to figure this whole stuff out. And I think I'm finally starting to get it 12 years later. I admire people who have been able to get that experience and learn how to apply it in some other area, and then are able to take that and turn it into something successful.
Yeah, but I think as well, none of us really know what we're doing. I point to any person, any country, any person, like we're all just winging it every day and trying to make decisions that kind of move things in the direction that we want our life to be in, and making mistakes as we go. And that there's nothing wrong with that. That's a positive thing. If you're making mistakes, you're learning from that, you're bringing that experience with you, you're making other decisions as you move forward. And it's okay to not have things figured out, I think, but just moving forward with that anyway.
Yeah, Alex Hormozy says that success is basically, but the people that are successful are the ones that can just endure the longest.
Yeah.
like eventually you'll
Take
get
it
there.
off,
So,
move forward. Yeah, exactly.
um, I feel like the only time where I had the realization that I really don't have any clue what I'm doing, and it was very alarming, was with my first daughter. She came
Yeah.
in the room one day, and she said, I don't even remember what she said, but I remember like walking into the other room and talking to my wife, and was like, "What are we supposed to do? Like, how do we deal with this?" And then I understood that my parents
Yes.
had no clue. Like, they
Yeah.
were just, and I'm the oldest, so I'm like, they made all of their mistakes on me, and I'm gonna end up being the one that's the most screwed up because of it.
Yes. I
So
relate. I relate. I felt the same thing when I had my son. Nothing's going to teach you like the power of just making decisions and like I say, winging it, like being a parent, because but you have to seem like you know what you're doing, right? To the child. So
yeah, luckily I have enough of them now where I know what I'm doing. They still surprise you. So
yeah. Yeah.
now you're someone who started out your journey exploring things like spinning and playing with the raw fibers and actually making your own yarn basically from scratch.
Mhm.
I'm curious, how do you think that influences the way that you approach your dyeing indie yarn business?
I think it definitely I have quite a like playful and creative approach to it, and so part of it's intuitive, but a big part of it as well for me is like designing the yarn. And so relating it back to spinning first, before I sit down, like sometimes I'll just intuitively spin fiber and just see what wants to come from it, but a lot of times I'll think about what is the nature of the fiber. So is it something very soft like merino? Is it something much more hard wearing like a cheviot or something like that? And so what might I want to do with the final yarn? What would it be a good project for? And so with that, what kind of weight might I want to spin? What kind of ply? And so oftentimes I'll think through what I want the final project to be before I sit down and spin. And I definitely pull elements of that into my dyeing. It's very rare that I'll just go and just dye some yarn. Sometimes I will if I'm playing around, but usually I sit down and all of my colors are inspired by stories, so mostly from books, but some nature and place. So I'll think about what is it I'm wanting to represent and tell. I always start with a mood board. So what kind of imagery, what kind of colors? And as I'm putting together the mood board, I'm thinking about like what techniques I'll use to dye the yarn and how I'm going to apply it all. So then before I even set foot in the dye studio, I have this like very clear vision of what I want the yarn to be. And then I'll dye it. And then it's often not right first time, but it's usually just like a little bit of tweaking at that point to get like exactly what I had in my mind before I went in the dye studios. I think my kind of playfulness with fiber arts from a young age, but also that kind of understanding the final project and how I want materials to be used and thinking through that process is definitely something I bring into the design for the colorways as well.
So, as someone who does spinning, and from what I understand, you still are a spinner,
Mm-hmm.
what would you say to someone who's curious about getting into spinning their own fiber and how to get started? What should they look out for? And also, I'm curious, like, how has that informed your knitting, the way that you look at how you knit?
Yeah. So for people who are interested in getting into spinning that are quite new to it, it's such an accessible hobby to get into because there's very little equipment you need. Like you can start with a drop spindle, which you can get for as little as around $10. It's not a lot. And then fiber is also pretty inexpensive. You definitely, I would say, you can spin what's called raw fleece, so like unwashed, unprocessed. But I wouldn't recommend it for beginners, especially if you're starting with a drop spindle, because you're going to just find it a lot more difficult to draft and you're going to set yourself up for a bit of a headache. So look for kind of commercially processed, combed, like scoured, washed, and combed fiber that's ready to spin. And then it's just a case of playing, right? Just starting to learn how to draft the fiber. And the first, when you start out, it's going to be very lumpy and bumpy, and it's going to be art yarn, basically. Don't let that put you off. You're not going to start spinning and just start cranking out this sock weight yarn that's smooth. Like that's never going to happen. But it's one of those things that you can do it while you're watching TV. Or I can't walk and spin, and I tend not to use a drop spindle. I use either my wheel or I have a small electric wheel as well. So I'm not as practiced in drop spindling as I used to be. But yeah, you don't need a lot of materials. And then the other thing I would recommend, that there's a program out there called Shave 'em to Save 'em, which is, it's looking at gathering information on some of the most endangered like breeds of sheep. And so
Okay.
it's very inexpensive to sign up to the program. I want to say it's, I don't even remember, but it's not a lot, a couple of dollars. And they send you information about farmers all around the country and all of these different sheep, and you can buy fiber directly from those farmers. And so the program helps the farmers and helps to kind of educate and inform and also raise awareness around some of these historic sheep breeds that we're losing. But also as a spinner, it means you get to try these different, so like how is a blue-faced Leicester compared to a Teeswater, compared, like all of these different breeds. Because a lot of what we see, especially in the hand-painted fiber, a lot of what we see is merino and merino silk and the same types of breeds, and there's nothing wrong with that. But if you really want to understand wool and the different, and they all have different purposes. So the merino is a very soft wool, it's going to pill a lot easier. If you go with a longer staple, like maybe a blue-faced Leicester, it's going to be much more hard wearing. So if you knit your sweater with a blue-faced Leicester yarn, like it's going to be much more hard wearing, but still softer next to the skin. And then you have much more hard wearing yarns. I carry Cheviot and things like that, that I wouldn't knit a scarf or something close to the skin in it. If I knitted a sweater, I'd probably wear a t-shirt underneath it, but it's great for socks or some of those more hard wearing items. It's just, again, it's a playful approach to fiber arts and not being scared to just jump in and make yarn that is not, maybe you can make a hat or something with it, but it's probably not going to be something you'll necessarily knit with. But it's a process to get you more into playing with the wool and the fiber arts and understanding more about the wool.
That sounds like a really interesting program, and I've never heard of that. I'm going to need to investigate that some more. I'm aware of that there are a lot of other types of wool sheep out there, and there are even a few dozen that are good for hand knitting. So you mentioned a little bit earlier that your brand, Storyteller Stitchery, takes their inspiration from different kinds of stories. How did you start doing that? Why did you decide to go that way for doing what you're doing?
Yeah, basically my like two favorite things in life have always been books and fiber arts. So even at a very young age, like if I got any pocket money or if we were going on holiday and my nana would give me some money to take, like spending money to take with us, I would always have my mom take me to the bookshop and I would buy books. And I think it's partly like the escapism. It's the same with books and reading and also with fiber arts, right? Like it's the same when you're knitting or spinning or crocheting, like everything kind of quiets in the brain and it's this like peaceful time where you can make something. So there's definitely a lot of overlap, I think, between reading and fiber arts. So like I said earlier, I've been dyeing and doing fiber arts for a long time. And so when I was thinking about what I wanted to do with the business, and I was thinking about starting a business, I should say it probably took me 6 or 7 years to actually start the business. So I had a really long time to think about things in the back of my mind. So I wanted it to represent me and I wanted it to be something that I love doing, that I am excited about and passionate about. I love a good theme, right? Like so bringing the you know the stories in the books and the inspiration, and also I do have some that are inspired by like nature and place. So like I have some Arizona inspired, but the vast majority of book inspired, literature inspired. And so it's just very representative, I think, of me and what I wanted the business to be and what kind of excites me and what makes me feel creative. And so even before I started the business, if I read a book, I'd be thinking about the characters and the place. And because I'm also into fiber arts, I'd be thinking about like, how would this be represented in colors on yarn and on fiber? And yeah, it was just a natural progression, I think, that the business went that way.
I would love to learn your process a little bit.
Okay. So there's two different ways I'd approach it. So if it's something that is going into my store as like a regular product, I'd approach that a little bit differently too. I do have a monthly club that's inspired by a book. So with that one, there's a little bit more limitations around it because I'm thinking about the season, what I've done previously. So if we just assume that it's like none of those limitations, it's just a colorway that I'm doing for the store, I would, even if it's a book I've read previously, I would either listen to the audiobook to remind myself, or I would read the book again so that I can get a feel for the characters and the place. And I would intuitively think about, okay, am I basing this on a character, or am I basing it on a particular moment or scene? Is it going to be like a particular place in the story?
Okay. Now, do you have a specific style that you like to dye in? There's lots of different kinds of techniques, from dip dyeing to doing more variegated or tonal, you mentioned. Do you have something that you prefer, or do you just like to play with everything?
I mean, I do play, but I definitely prefer the variegated, just because I love applying the different colors and coming up and thinking about the sequencing of the colors and like how it'll knit up or crochet up. So it feels very much like a canvas when applying paints to it. And so I dye in trays, and my go-to tends to be like a variegated and some speckles, because I love that kind of texture and depth as well.
And you sent me some mood boards for the collection that we're working on together. So maybe this is a good time to talk a little bit about that. We were introduced through Veronica, who owns Lemon Wood, and she recommended you to me. Loved your stuff, and I've been more and more impressed the more that we communicate. Can you tell me a little bit, or tell everybody a little bit, about what you've got planned for this Summer of Color Yarn Crate?
Yeah, absolutely. So as soon as you let me know the theme that it's summertime and a summer of colorwork. So with the way that I tend to go towards kind of stories and themes, I would immediately jumped to like themes and adventures of summer. And I know the mood boards I sent you, one was like beach inspired, one was lakeside inspired, another one was vintage road trip. And so part of it was I wanted to have three very distinct, very different colorways, knowing that everybody's going to vote on what they wanted. So I didn't want to have similar ones. I wanted to have three very distinct ones, but I also wanted it to represent summer, and especially in the Northern Hemisphere, right? The kind of adventures and things that tend to happen in the summer. People tend to go on trips and spend a lot more time outdoors in nature. And so that was really where the three different ideas came from. And then they will be tonal. I know we can bounce some ideas back and forth on what colorways we should go for. Yeah, 3 tonal colorways, and inspired by summer.
That's great. So if you don't mind, like, talking a little bit about each one of those, since unfortunately you joined the process a little bit later. So
Yeah.
your yarn samples are still on the way when we're recording this. But since we don't have samples to be able to show people right now, maybe you can talk a little bit about those.
Okay, sure. So the retro road trip one, I wanted it to be much more kind of neon and very bright. And so for all 3 of the colorways, they're going to be tonal, but I'm going to apply colors in layers so that there is some kind of dimension and texture and kind of movement and interest to them. So yeah, the road trip one is much more kind of neons. The beach one I'm still finalizing. I've got a couple of ideas. Actually, after this, I'm back in the dye studio to play with 2 different ideas that I've got. I think it's going to feature coral, but I'm not 100%. Like I say, I've got 2 different ideas. So that one I'm still thinking about. And then the lakeside one is going to be much more like a lavender blue sort of tonal to that. But all 3 of them will have like colors and layers that will result in tonal yarn, but will give some interest and dimension. And
really excited to hear you say that, because the whole goal of this project was to take one yarn and see how 3 different dyers take their inspiration from the prompt, but also how do they approach the actual dyeing, and how do we get vastly different results, and also how does that kind of unique yarn base take those colors, because it is 55% wool, 45% cotton. It doesn't take the dye at the same levels. So I've never seen it dyed up in a more like tonal way. And especially when I saw the vintage neon colors, I was like, oh, this will be so interesting to see. Yeah, if you layer those colors on top of that, I'm so excited to see how that one particularly comes out, because I love the neon movement right now. Not to influence anybody's voting, but you're perfectly fine to vote for whatever you want, as long as it's the vintage road trip one.
It's such a cool idea that you're doing, to have different, because that's what I love about indie dyers, and I love going to like fiber festivals and events and like seeing all of the different booths that are there, because it truly is an art. And so as you go from booth to booth and look at the different indie dye, the yarn is very different. And it's and often you can look at yarn and know who the dyer is. Like often a dyer will have a particular kind of style. But you don't often see it in this kind of thing where it's like taking the same yarn, giving it to different indie dyers and having them apply under one theme, and so it's such a cool idea. I was really excited when I got the email from you and you asked me to be part of it. It's a lot of fun.
I have no clue how this is all going to turn out, so it could be a giant disaster. But on my part, not because you guys didn't do a good job, but I think that so far from what I've seen from everybody, it's a very cool, very interesting approach to the whole playing with color idea. And that was really the idea, is that this summer we want to play with color work, the way that people like color the yarn and celebrate the colorful part of knitting, because I think that is one way that justifies hand knitting, is that you have the power to make the thing that you want. And it can be very personal and it can be very unique. And even though, sure, like you can go buy a pair of nice socks at the store for $10, like to knit those up with the special stitch pattern, with the beautiful hand dyed yarn, with your particular heel that you like and your way of making the toes and stuff, like that is a thing that makes the hand knitting element of it worth it in my mind.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And you're telling a story with the thing that for all of the different variables that you just mentioned and the choices that you make, and then this end product that you've created and you get to enjoy, or you get to gift to somebody that you love, because usually if we're making things and we're gifting them, it's to somebody that we care about. And so like the whole process of all of that and the story that you then tell through that creation, you just can't get the same. It's just not the same to go buy something in the store, for sure.
Absolutely. Now, as someone who's been knitting for a long time, are there any knitting skills that you still want to master or try, but you haven't tackled yet?
Yeah, no, I have tackled and failed. So brioche, I have not learned brioche yet. I need to take a class in it. I did buy a pattern for a shawl that involved brioche. It's a 2-color brioche. And so, it started out with kind of just this simple garter stitch stripe. And I put in lifelines and I must have ripped that thing out like, I don't even know how many times, 5 or 6 times. And then just decided I'm just going to do some lace work instead. So I modified, just picked a lace pattern and finished up the shawl. Instead of doing the brioche, I did the lace pattern because I wanted to get it finished. And I was frustrated and decided that I was done with the brioche portion of that shawl. But it is something that I do want to learn. I definitely want to take a class in it though, because it just trying to watch the odd YouTube channel. There's just some techniques that like you can teach yourself. You can read a book, you can watch YouTube, but sometimes things just don't click. And then going through the process of learning from somebody, either in person or even an online class, can be helpful. So I definitely need to sign up for a class because I do want to learn that one still.
I completely understand. There's a lot going on in 2-color brioche specifically, because you're basically doing double knitting while you're also doing this weird like lace ribbing technique. Yeah. And it can be quite a bit to wrap your head around. What I will say though is that people should not start with flat 2-color brioche. Oh, it seems that would be a lot easier than doing it in the round. Yeah. But knitting 2-color brioche in the round is significantly easier. So all right. A couple of years ago, I did a like quick gifts to knit before Christmas video. I think I did 5 like simple patterns that you can literally knit in a day. And one is a 2-color brioche cowl. And it's literally just 2 rows. The pattern is 2 rows and it knits up so easy. And I teach that portion of the video literally in 5 minutes. That's all you need to know to be able to do it. There's even a free pattern linked to that. So if you want to test it out, that's what I recommend starting with.
That is great advice because then it's one of those things that like you don't necessarily, because the one I was doing also it was very intricate design, which was thinking back, was a really not a great one to start with, because then I would make a mistake and not be able to figure it out. And that to know that in the round is easier, but also once you've done that, you've got it locked in, you've got the technique, you understand what's happening.
Mhm.
It's a lot easier to then apply it to some of those more complex
Yeah,
ones.
that will give you the understanding of those like unique abbreviations and the special stitches that you need to do. And you'll begin to understand the mechanics because you're just repeating those very basic mechanics the entire time. And so you get that muscle memory. You get to start to be able to see the stitches more clearly. And then if you want to go into the 2-color brioche flat, which is a little bit more flexible in the types of things that you can make, that is by far probably one of my favorite knitting techniques ever. Like the types of stuff that you can make with it, they always look gorgeous. Like it's hard to mess it up.
I managed, but
Let's see if you get it, if you're able to actually knit it, the finished product is almost always going to look amazing.
And it's so unique visually. There's no mistaking when something's brioche. Like it's very unique. So yeah, it's high on the list of what I want to learn still, a technique that I need to get.
Now, do you have a favorite yarn color that you've ever made or story that you have told through your dyeing?
I don't really have one particular favorite color. I would honestly, every new colorway that I design is like my new favorite. And like I have a monthly club, and so every month I'm dyeing for like a different book, and every month I'm like, oh, this is my new favorite. So I think it changes because whatever it is that I'm working on and designing at that time it tends to also be influenced by the season that I'm in, and like different color inspiration that I might have seen. Like it represents where I am at that moment in time, basically, and the things that are influencing me and that I'm inspired by. And yeah, every time I make something new, it shifts to that one.
That makes a ton of sense now that you say it like that. I think that if you were stuck on one in the past, then it would be like, okay, are you never progressing? So yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I always feel the same way about like movies when people ask like what your favorite movie is. And if you're like, yeah, this one movie that I saw when I was 12 years old, and there has never been a better movie since then. And I'm what are you talking about? Like Everything Everywhere All at Once was amazing. Like how could you not put that in your top movies of all time? At least for me. I get it. I understand. That makes a ton of sense.
And then with movies, it depends as well what mood you're in, right? So what I enjoy watching the most today is maybe different 3 days from now or next week or next month. So it all depends on where you are and the kind of thing that you want to experience at that time as well.
I'm a big cinephile, and so I watch a ton of movies, and I go to the theater when there's stuff that's interesting to watch almost like every week. And I have come to the conclusion that there are two categories of like favorite films, and we're not very good at distinguishing between those categories. And what I've come to the conclusion is that there are movies that, let's say, are like incredibly impactful or meaningful, right? So let's say Zone of Interest came out last year, which is like a very interesting look at the normal life of a German officer that lives outside of Auschwitz. And you never see what happens in the background. You're always consumed with just what's happening with the family that's right there. And so the sort of the mundaneness of life in these horrific circumstances, fascinating film. Like really interesting movie. Is it one of my favorite movies? No. But is it one of the best movies I've ever seen? Yeah. Like it's really good. But for me, I put my favorite films as the stuff that I will watch like over and over and over again. Like my favorite film has to be It's a Wonderful Life, because I will not go a year at Christmas time without watching that movie. That is it for me. Or like I'm one of the outliers that absolutely loves Eurovision. The Story of Fire Saga, is that what it is?
Is that the one with Will Ferrell in it?
Yeah, Will Ferrell and Rachel.
Yes.
If that movie is, I will turn it on and I will laugh so hard at that movie every single time. That movie is just fun.
It's fun, and also if you're familiar with the Eurovision Song Contest, like they just capture the whole kind of this own unique, like I don't even know how to describe it, its own unique
I've become more familiar with it now living in Europe, but I would say even just as someone who wasn't
Right.
that familiar with it, it's a very interesting look at like this cultural
Hmm.
phenomenon that you don't have any close connection to. But yeah, I love that movie. I think it's so funny. But is it one of the best movies that I've ever seen? No, like it's not on that level. And so I have those two kind of different lists. These are the ones that are my favorite. These are the stuff that I will watch like today. And then these are movies that you should see at least once in your life because they're so meaningful. So I'll start that one again. Now, as someone who works with color day in and day out, do you have any tips or tricks for people that are starting to knit with different colors or especially hand-dyed yarn and how they can incorporate that into their work?
Yeah, there's a lot of good tips and tricks that are widely shared. And so steering a little bit away from that, because I'm sure that they're going to cover a lot in this with all of the different sessions that you've got going on. And so steering away from some of the most common kind of tips, I would just say go with your intuition and go with what you think, go with what excites you. Is there something that you love? Because at the end of the day, if you start knitting with it and you don't like how it looks, you just can pull it out and make a switch for something else.
But
in
Melissa, what if the color wheel says that these colors have to go together because that's what a split complementary pattern looks like?
Rules are made to be broken, Johnny. There's definitely kind of guidance that you can follow if you really are unsure on what to do. But the color is not a hard and fast rule. And it's also very subjective. So what one person loves, another person's like, meh, it's okay. I wouldn't have made that choice myself. And that is totally fine. And so often in colorwork, you'll see like very high contrast, which makes sense because but I have a shawl that I knitted that I did at much less contrast. So it has the contrast there, but it's much more subtle. So it has more of this watercolor look to it, much more kind of blended. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, you don't have to have it match whatever the designer created or whatever you're seeing online or in Ravelry projects. Like, it's okay to just do something that makes you happy. And at the end of the day, you're going to enjoy the project so much more if you're using colors that excite you and that you're feeling, that as you're knitting and seeing the progression, you're seeing the colors come together and the fabric come together. And if it's a fabric that you enjoy the look of, that's great. That's all you need. That is the only thing to do. If you don't like it, then you can always start out with a swatch, right? So like a low investment of time, low investment of yarn. And if you really don't like it, just pull it out and reuse that yarn. But with a swatch and just doing a little piece of the fabric, you're going to see just in that whether that it is producing color work and fabric that you like, and it doesn't take that long. And yeah, I just go with intuition, go with what you like. You can't go wrong.
That you bring up using like more subtle contrast in yarn pairings, because that's not something that you see. It almost has this like level of sophistication to it and confidence that you're like, no, I don't need to be so bold with it. I think that's a pretty great thing to point out.
And it's confidence of not just reproducing exactly what the designer has in their pattern and what everybody else is doing, but creating something that's unique that you like that. That does take a little bit of bravery and a little bit of confidence to do something that's a little bit different. But again, if it's something that you like that's the only thing that matters.
Absolutely. So if you're a deep winter but you really love pastels, you go knit those pastels.
Yeah.
Who cares what the color analysis says?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a great tip. Do you have one more for people?
One more for color work. I guess just paying attention to, and this is something that I learned late on, is like color dominance. And so how you're holding the yarn will make a difference. And
okay, color dominance, what's that?
So how where you're holding the yarn, meaning so for me, I knit English style. So when I'm doing color work, I hold, especially if it's two colors, I do one in the left, one in the right hand, and one in the left. So the sequence or the order of where you hold the yarn will affect the finished product in terms of, it will affect the fabric in terms of how it displays. And so just being aware of that. And when you're doing your swatch, just maybe look into that if you're not getting the look that you want.
So one color is going to look a little bit thick. The stitches will probably look a little bit thicker than the other color.
Yeah, and it affects like how the color pops, like which is more foreground and which is more kind of background. And it doesn't look like the knit stitches themselves don't look any different. The fabric doesn't look any different, or not super visible. But it just, I don't even know if it's like an optical thing of just how which fabric sits in the, or which color sits in the front or the back.
That's some great advice. What I want to do right now is to move into our lightning round. So these are questions that you don't need to think super hard about. Just give the first thing that comes to mind. But let's jump in with the first one. If you could travel to one country that you've never visited before, which country would it be and why?
It would be Iceland. I've never been to Iceland. Obviously the connection to fiber arts and wool and knitwear is strong, but also I just think I've never been, but it looks like such a unique part of the world and a unique culture and beautiful. So Iceland.
Okay. If you could only listen to one musician, read one book, or watch one movie for the rest of your life, what would each one be and why?
That's a really tough one. I think the music would be the Arctic Monkeys, because they are a northern band from the north of England, which is where I'm from. And I used to listen to them like back early 2000s before I moved here. And so that's like my connection, I think. I often still listen to them like in the dye studio and stuff as well. Book, I don't know that I could choose one. Maybe a journal, going completely off script from what you asked me and breaking all of the rules of your question, because I love books, I love stories, but if I could only have one book, it would be a journal, because being able to write and, connect with those inner thoughts that get a little bit hidden and swirly, but you write, there's just something about that that's really essential, I think. So it'd be
that is the best response that I've got to that. That's great.
I'm glad you're okay with me breaking the rules of your question there. And then movie, man, I don't know. I think it would be, I'm going to give you the reason because it's going to be a cliche answer. It would be Harry Potter movies. And the reason for that is that my daughter got into the Harry Potter books when she was little, 7 or something, and she's read all of the series through 5 times. And she's 13 now. And so every fall we have like Harry Potter, it's like an annual thing, Harry Potter movie thought, where we do like the snacks and the drinks, and we start with the first movie and we go in sequence.
So what is the best advice that you've ever received?
It's a tough one, but I think someone told me once that nobody really knows what they're doing. Everybody's just making it up as they go along. It's something I said earlier.
That was me. Like, we were talking about that. So
yeah. And we're just making things up as we go along. And it's a very freeing thing to think. And it also gives you permission then to try different things. And it's okay if you make a mistake. And it's okay to not have this defined path of where you're going or what you're doing or like super specific goals. It's okay to just do what feels right, and then also to change your mind about things and kind of shift direction. And I think if you can detach yourself a little bit and just give yourself permission to do that, it's a lot easier to have a life that you can enjoy and that feels fulfilling and that excites you, because you're not stuck in this rigid path of what things should be, because we're all just humans with our flaws and our imperfections, and just making it up as we go along.
If people want to find out more about you and what you're doing, where should they follow you online?
So we're on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, all Storyteller Stitchery. And then the website is storytellerstitchery.com. So basically Storyteller Stitchery everywhere.
All right, wonderful. And there they can find your podcast, which you do, it seemed like maybe like once a month or so. And you also have your club. That's something that people should go check out. But mostly what you should do is you should go check out the Yarn Crate and the beautiful yarns that Melissa is dyeing for us. I can't wait to see how they have turned out, and crossing our fingers, we will have samples to show in the community for you to vote on, or there should already be up there by the time this goes live. I'm incredibly excited for that, and to get to see those in person as well. Have really enjoyed our conversation. It's been incredibly interesting. We've covered a lot of different topics, and I never thought that I'd have a conversation where we talk about AI and Blueface Leicester in the same space of time. It's an interesting world that we live in. It's been a pleasure collaborating with you on this project, and I look forward to seeing what you do in the future.
Yeah, thank you, Johnny. It's been fun today. And then also thank you for inviting me to be part of this whole summertime Colorwork and this whole event that you've got going on. It's a really interesting and fun thing that you put together. So thank you for including me in it. I appreciate it.
I'm happy to do it, and I hope that we can collaborate on some more stories in the future.
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right. Have a great day.
Awesome. You too. Thanks.
Okay, thanks again to Melissa for that interview. We do have samples now to show. So if you missed them earlier, I'm going to pull up the colors that she came up with for the yarn crate that we've been talking about. So here are the three designs that Melissa did based off of the concept of Summer of Color. And she has her lakeside, I believe it was, let me make sure I get the names right here. Lakeside Breeze, I think it was. Here we go. You know what? I'll just pull them up into the community so you guys can see, because we are voting on those now. So let me show you in the community. Okay, so here are the colors. We have Vintage Road Trip, which is sort of this more like bright, vibrant neon color. We have Beach Adventures, which has this sort of like ocean-y teal color to it. And then we have Lakeside Stories, which is more that sort of crystal blue, lavender type of color. Now, these are tonally dyed. So while it may look on screen a little bit like it's all one color, there's actually quite a bit of variation. So if you look closely, you'll be able to see that in that pink, there's also some sort of like oranges. And with the Beach Adventures, there's some darker greens along with those teals. In the Lakeside Stories, she has these deeper purples along with those blues and lavenders as well. So they live in similar, like analogous color families. But I think what you'll find when you see these in person is that there is a lot of depth and variation to them. I'm not sure that it translates on the screen as well. But as we talked about, this is part of our Summer of Colorwork yarn crate that's going to be opening up pre-orders on Monday. And you can vote for your favorite of each dyer's colorway. So we've given them a yarn base. That's our Zephyr DK yarn. It's 55% wool, 45% cotton. It's a DK weight yarn that's been woolen spun. So it has this really lofty feel to it. It's not the softest yarn, but when you knit with it, it definitely softens up quite a bit, and it has a very nice fabric. We designed it specifically for sweaters, but it's very nice for other things as well. So you can vote here for your favorite colorway from each of our three dyers, and you can help us decide what's going to go into the kit. When you buy the kit, you're going to get one of each of those dyers' yarns. So 3 hand-dyed yarns by Indie Dyers. We also have a mini minder custom made from the folks over at Lemonwood. It's not this one, but it is a custom limited edition design. It's amazing. We're going to reveal it tomorrow during our interview with Veronica Van. And it's a really cool product. She convinced me that I need to have one. And I think that they're
not only are they amazing, they're really incredibly well made. She goes into a lot of detail about how they make these things, and people just love them. So, and then we're also including with that kit a Colorwork cowl design workshop. So we're going to help you use those hand-dyed yarns in making your own Colorwork cowl design. We're going to make it very simple for you, but it's going to be a great way for you to use the things that you've been learning throughout this event. And instead of telling you, oh, here's the pattern that you're stuck with, you're going to be able to develop something that you're really going to love to work with. And each one of those skeins is 100 grams. So it's 4.5 ounces. It's about 260 yards around there per skein. So let's see. Rose asks, is there any possibility to get a single color from the dyer if you don't have a budget for the box? Unfortunately, we are only having those in the kits. We've only got a limited number of each yarn. And so we're kind of putting it together as the complete experience. So that's this is the best. That's the only place you're going to be able to get the boxes this time. We may have stuff in the future where we do some collaborations where that's not the case. So anyways, it comes with this workshop, and that will help you make your own Colorwork cowl project using those yarns. And you should have enough yarn to make multiple projects if you pair them with another yarn, like this one has sort of like a neutral in it. Okay, so those is going to go live on Monday for you guys to pre-order if you're interested. There are limited to 150, and each kit is $150 as well. But if you are already an All Access Pass purchaser, then you're going to get a $20 discount since it includes that workshop as well. You can get the mini minder. We might be able to sell separately. We can look into that. But again, we're kind of limiting that to a smaller number. So we'll see. I'll talk to Veronica and see what we can do on that. Okay, so go and vote in the community later today. We want to get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of votes on those so that we know that we're picking the right colors. And right now we are going to jump into our cooking lesson for today. And we've got a great teacher that's going to be helping you learn how to make some delicious Mexican barbecue. Back. Welcome to another day of Cooking School with Johnny, where we go over some of my favorite summer recipes during our summer knitting weekend. Now today we are going to the grill, except that we're going to stay inside because I don't actually have a grill, and we're going to make my favorite kind of barbecue, carne asada. Now I am half Mexican on my mom's side, and we love Mexican food, especially growing up in Southern California. It's absolutely everywhere, and in my opinion, there is no superior meat than carne asada. So today, I'm going to show you how to make some amazing carne asada with a special secret ingredient to just give it that extra oomph and depth of flavor. Then we're going to take that meat and we're going to turn it into 3 different dishes so that we can take advantage of all of the pleasures of summertime. So to get started, we need to season our meat, and we're going to do that by creating a dry rub. So come on here and let me show you what we've got going on. So for this, we're going to need quite a few different seasonings, and that's going to give this carne asada some really depth of flavor. Now obviously we're going to want some salt. They've got about a tablespoon here, a tablespoon of freshly ground pepper, a tablespoon of oregano. We've got 2 tablespoons of some dark sugar. If you have brown sugar, that's ideal. Then we've got some ground mustard seed. This is 1 tablespoon of seeds that have been ground. We're also doing the same thing with coriander seeds, and then we have a bit of ginger. This is 2 teaspoons. And then we have also 2 tablespoons of sweet smoked paprika. Doesn't have to be smoked, but that's going to give that richness to that flavor. And I would stay away from the hot paprika because we don't want this to be super spicy. Now we're gonna add 2 more ingredients in here to get started. Obviously we need our chili powder. This is some ancho chilies that I've ground up, and I've taken the powder out. We're gonna do a 1/4 cup of this. So we're gonna throw that in there. We're gonna mix in all of our other ingredients. Finally, we're going to need 1 secret ingredient, and that is right here in this canister, which is coffee. Freshly ground coffee, if you can get it. Not freeze-dried coffee. That's not gonna work. It'll just melt and it will make everything taste like bad coffee. We don't want that. We're gonna do a 1/4 cup of the fresh ground coffee. You don't have to buy something that's super nice, but you don't want to buy the super cheap stuff either. You know, get something in the mid-price range at the grocery store. And if you have even leftover coffee grounds, that might not be so bad, but you'll want to have some time for it to dry out. So we're going to throw that in there. That coffee is going to add a little bit of bitterness and earthiness to everything, and it's going to give a really nice deep flavor to the rub. So now we're just going to want to mix this all up together so it's kind of even. And you want to make sure that you don't have any chunks of spices sort of like gathering up. We want to try and get this nice and incorporated all together. And if you have extras or leftovers, this stuff is awesome on steak. Or you know, you're just going to want to make this carne asada all the time. So, okay, so now that we have our rub, then we're going to want to season our meat. And for this, I'm using flank steak. This is very traditional for carne asada. It is like a very fibrous muscle from the cow. And you can see sort of the grain in there. And what we're going to do is we're going to slice it against that grain, and it makes it really nice and tender. The great thing about this kind of meat is that it cooks up very quickly. And so you're not going to have to sit there forever waiting for it to be on the grill or on the griddle. And you're going to get a really nice quick sear on the outside, and then maybe in like 8 minutes max, you should be ready to start enjoying this meat. So you can also use hanger steak or skirt steak. That's another even cheaper alternative to the flank steak. It is going to be a little bit not as firm and not as let's say thick of a cut of meat. So I prefer this for the flavor by far, but that is also a very good option. So we're just going to apply this very liberally to the meat, and then we're going to kind of rub it around on the outside and kind of press it into the meat to make sure that that seasoning gets in there. Now the sugar that's in here is going to help tenderize and pull out some extra moisture from this, along with giving it some sweetness. We'll just flip this over. And you can see that there's a little bit of silver skin on here. Usually you can ask the butcher to get rid of that, but if you haven't, you can just pull it off. Or you can take a knife and just cut it off. That part's not going to cook well, and it's not going to taste good. It'll just chew forever, and that's not what you want. And then we're going to get the other side. All right, so I'm just kind of smushing this around in here to get it coated everywhere. And there we go. You can already smell the coffee and the chili powder and the paprika mixing together. And now what we're going to do is we're going to toss this into the fridge for about 30 minutes minimum. You can let it be in there for a couple hours or even overnight if you want, but that's kind of overkill. 30 minutes is plenty for this to sort of start to absorb the flavors and be prepared for the grill. So now that we have our dry rub brining our meat in the fridge, we can start preparing our other ingredients that we're going to use for these different meals. And the first thing that I want to take advantage of is those beautiful summer squash that we get from the garden. And it just so happened to have a little one right here. So what we're going to do is turn this into noodles. And I bought this special device to make noodles or zoodles from this big zucchini here, but there are more affordable options if you don't have or don't want to get something like this. And you also don't need to make zucchini noodles. I just thought that would be a lot of fun. So we're gonna just chop a big section of this, and we need it to be flat. Okay, and we'll probably shred some of that up and make some zucchini bread later. But right now, we're going to pop this on here, catch our noodles, and let's see how this goes. Well, no.
2 minutes later.
Well, the zucchini is like super soft in the middle, so that's why it's having trouble. You almost have to have this like above something so it can like fall down into it.
A few moments later.
We don't need to film all of this.
5 hours later.
Oh, hey, sorry. I was just heating up the pan because we're ready to grill our steak. So you want to get a griddle or cast iron pan or, you know, whatever pan that you've got. But a good heavy bottom one is going to be best. Of course, if you have a grill that you can grill outside, even better. But this is what we have to work with today. So I'm going to let this heat up. And I'll just put a bit of olive oil on there for our cooking. And we want that to get extremely hot as we can get it. So even if you let it sit there for maybe like 5-10 minutes will be great. So we're gonna grab our meat from inside the fridge. And it is looking beautiful. All right, that is going to be lovely. So what I'm going to do is just going to like brush a little bit of this extra off here. Not too much, but you know, if anything falls off, we're just going to let it fall off. That's fine. And we're just going to plop this straight onto that ripping hot grill. So come on over here. And we want that to just sizzle. So we can hear that. Now we're going to be making fajitas for one of our dishes. So I've cut up a bunch of peppers and onions, and we're just going to toss those right in with everything else. And it can go right here on the side. Just going to pick up some of the flavor of that meat. Okay. So we're going to let this get some color on it on one side for a couple of minutes. And then we're just going to flip it over. And then we're going to keep flipping it about every minute or so. And depending on how thick your section of meat is, it's going to take about 8 to 10 minutes for it to grill. So I think that we're good on this first side, just to get some sear. We've already getting some nice color there. And with the onions and peppers, you just want to keep those moving so that they don't get caramelized. So I'm going to keep doing that And as soon as this is ready to come off the griddle, then we'll show you our results. Okay, so it's been a little bit longer than 10 minutes because this was a thicker piece of meat than I realized, but I think that it's done. So we're gonna turn off the heat and I'm gonna grab this and we're just gonna lay it down right here, and it looks absolutely beautiful. But this needs to rest. So what we're gonna do right now is we're going to prepare one of those other dishes that I mentioned before. And for that, we're gonna take our spiralized zoodles, which after a lot of trial and error, we finally got something that I think will work. Not that fun to do. And buying an expensive equipment to make it happen doesn't seem to make it easier. We also have some lemon zest, some fresh chopped cilantro, and some minced garlic, as well as some lemon juice. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pour the lemon juice into this hot pan here. And I've also got some basically chicken stock that I made from some Better Than bouillon and a little bit of hot water. We're gonna throw that in there as well. And we're gonna let that kind of like deglaze those spices a bit. We're gonna throw in our lemon zest and our minced garlic. Get that moving around a little bit. And then we're gonna toss in our zoodles. So we don't want these to cook down a ton. We just want them to get kind of heated up. Those don't have much salt on them, so I'm gonna throw some salt. And then the last thing that we need, I forgot to mention, is butter. So we're gonna take a good chunk of butter. We can get that melted all in there. So we'll take our tongs and we're just gonna kind of like mix this all around. Let those noodles kind of soak up some of that flavor. Okay, and once those have started to cook, when we're gonna throw in our cilantro in there just to kind of add some extra fresh herby element to that. I'm gonna get that nice and incorporated. And there we go. So we're gonna grab those out. Okay, once our meat has had time to rest, then we're ready to start cutting it. So let's see how we did. I'm just gonna take a fork here and we wanna cut against the grain so we can see that the grain is all moving this direction. So we wanna go that way. And you wanna cut these nice and thin. They should just kind of melt. And it looks like we got that pretty darn perfect. It's almost like roast beef there. Those are gonna make some amazing fajitas. So we can take what we've got here, we can throw a couple of slices on top of our zoodles, or we can make some fajitas. So we've got some tortillas here. We have our roasted peppers and onions. So we're just gonna take a couple slices of meat here, a little bit of those roasted peppers, a bit of onion. And then for this, I like to do like a Mexican cojita cheese, which we don't have here in Estonia. So I'm just gonna do some crumbled feta. And if you want to put some salsa verde or something hot on here, even some sriracha, that would be a great choice as well. So let's give it a taste and see how it came out. That's freaking amazing. And I'm not saying that just because I made it. It's so good. It's so juicy. It's so flavorful. And that spice rub gives the flank steak this really deep, earthy, smoky deliciousness. That's how I can describe it. I want to take another bite of that, but let's try these zoodles, because that's not something I've ever had before. They smell delicious. They have so much garlic in them. It almost has a bit of an Asian flavor. First thing you taste is that really nice lemon flavor. You have the garlic and that chicken broth and the butter give it a nice roundness and depth, and it's going to pair beautifully with that steak. Fantastic. However, this is not my favorite way to eat carne asada. And here in Estonia, it's not very easy to get good Mexican food, but there's one truck that has some great Mexican food, and they have my favorite sandwich of all time, which is called the churrasca. So I'm gonna show you how to make it really fast. Okay, for the churrasca, we just need a couple of simple ingredients. So you're gonna need a nice roll. You don't necessarily need a fresh baked one like this one. Just a good French sandwich roll from the grocery store will be perfectly fine. I'm gonna cut this at about 6 inches or so. You want something that has a little bit of a crust on it, but is nice and soft on the inside. Those kinds of rolls are a lot easier to find in the States than they are here. We're gonna slice that bread open. Get it nice and wide. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna pour some mayonnaise on here. Now, I'm not a big fan of mayonnaise, but in this sandwich, it does have its place. And I believe this sandwich comes from Chile. It's definitely Latin American. All right, so we got a little bit of mayonnaise. I'm gonna pour some sriracha on the other side because I want something spicy. This is kind of like a chipotle sriracha. Don't need too much of that. Now, we're also gonna want some slices of tomato, so we're just gonna take a few of those real quick. Nice thin slices, ideally. And that should be pretty good. Now, we're going to have two last ingredients. I've boiled up some frozen green beans, and we're just going to throw a few of those in there. And this is the most surprising ingredient by far. Like, I did not have any clue why they put green beans in there, but it adds such a nice flavor and texture to the sandwich. I literally will go back for a second one after eating the first one. And then we're just going to get some shredded white cheese here. So if you got like jack or pepper jack would be perfect. We're going to throw on our carne asada in the middle. And that is an awesome picnic sandwich to grill in the park. Let's take a bite. It's so good. And it is so different than the flavor profile of anything else that we've made here today. And those green beans just give that really interesting texture that you're not used to having in a sandwich. So if you've never tried something like this, I absolutely recommend it. It is my favorite sandwich of all time. And I hope that you can see how you can take one protein source like carne asada and you can turn it into vastly different dishes just by adding a few simple ingredients. So that's it for today. I hope that you learned a little bit. I hope that you're going to enjoy these recipes yourself. and I will see you next time.
Okay. Who's hungry? I'm definitely hungry. I haven't eaten dinner yet, so but I won't get to eat till late. That's okay. I will say that carne asada was like amazing. Like we ate it so fast. We actually made it twice. We made it 2 days in a row. So and I heard someone said that they made the couscous from day one for their family as part of dinner the other day, and that everybody loved it. So that's awesome. That makes me feel great. Okay, we are moving along. We're getting back to the knitting, and we are going to move into a practice session. So hopefully you have a swatch that's knit up with some stripes. You're going to need 2 colors. Even if you don't have 2 colors yet, we're going to need to add a second color into it. And we're going to be knitting together something called a Latvian braid. Now, like all knitting techniques, at least all that I've come across for the most part, it looks complicated, but it's not. It's super easy. And I'm going to show you how easy it really is. It's sort of my motto. It's super easy. Like, or what someone else said yesterday, they were like, it's just switching colors. And they're like, of course, it's just switching colors. You say it like that, it sounds so simple, but it's just switching colors. Thank you, Julie. Julie says your food looks so delicious, and it is. It is delicious. Okay, so if you've got your swatches ready and your needles ready, you're going to need a swatch. You're going to need 2 colors, and we're going to make a little Latvian braid. Let me pull up my second camera here. And here we go. Medieval History says, I hope you have a cooking channel. I barely have enough time to do the knitting stuff. So unfortunately, no cooking channel anytime soon. Let me arrange this somehow so that maybe we can do it like this. Okay, let's get rid of me. We don't need my face here. All right, this is a little swatch of knitting. It's also a preview of our next session, the Estonian Inlay. Another cool technique that looks a lot harder than it actually is. But here we can see our Latvian braid. And this is a way of sort of creating this horizontal stripe that looks like it's moving across your knitting. You can make these so that they go either direction. Okay, so this one faces right, but it's very easy to sort of flip the direction and make it look like it's going the other way. So this is a very common technique that you will see in a lot of the Baltic states. So you'll see this in Estonian knitting as well as in Lithuania. But it makes its way up into the Finnish mittens as well. And this is something that you see a lot in mitten knitting. So these will go sort of around the cuffs of the work. But we're going to show you how to do this using flat knitting right now. There are slight variations to do it in the round. We don't have time for those. If you like doing this, then there's plenty of tutorials on YouTube that will show you how to do it in the round. But to get started, we're going to need to attach our second color of yarn. I already have both colors on here. And what we're going to want to do is a little row of stranded knitting. So if you haven't done that before, you're going to learn right now. So I'm going to get prepped
for the stranded knitting part. Let's get in position, and we're going to alternate our knits. So we're going to knit one color and then knit the next color. And this is our setup row. So there's 3 rows that we're going to be doing. We're going to knit one color and the next color. One color and the next. And we're just alternating back and forth all the way across. And so you can do this in any fabric. You can just add another color into the row to get started. Okay. Okay, just like that. All right, now we're going to turn our work around. And we're going to hold the yarn in the back of the work, even though we're working on the wrong side. And we're going to work the color that we just did, okay? So we're going to start with, for me, it's the gray color. I'm going to bring these yarns over to the back. And I'm just going to wrap this yarn under the blue yarn. Okay? And there's one technique that we want to do. We're going to knit the stitch. Then we're going to pick up the next color by coming underneath. Okay? So we're going to come under the yarn that we just did. So when we pick this up, we want to make sure that we're not twisting over. We're going to twist under. And we are knitting even though we're on the wrong side. Okay? So we just knit. Now I'm going to grab our first color and we're going to bring it under to knit the next stitch. Okay? Swap and grab under. And we're just bringing under like so. So you might notice that your yarn is going to start twisting around itself like this. That's okay. Don't worry, because we are going to magically untwist it on the next round or next row. So you don't need to worry about untwisting it. And you could do this by holding your yarns in your hands like you normally do stranded color work, but just for demonstrations purposes, I'm going to just switch each yarn. Okay. And there we go. So now we're going to flip this over, and you can see that we have these sort of loops that have been created. I messed that one up there. I didn't turn it under. So that's why that did that, because I wasn't paying attention. Okay, and then this last one here, you're just going to do a twist before you start the next row. So we're going to do our next row here. We're going to hold the yarn in front, and we're going to purl the same color that we just worked. Okay. We purl, and then we're going to bring the yarn over the top when we purl the next one. Okay, so we'll switch, and we bring the yarn. What did I do? I lost track for a second. So purl, we bring the yarn over. So now we bring the yarn over again. Now this should be unwinding the yarn as we go. So you're going to eliminate that twist. But I'm not. I did it wrong. You should be coming under. I thought that looked weird. Okay. All right, folks. We're going to start that row over. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to make mistakes in public. We embrace the mistakes and we learn. That's how we become fearless. Nothing like making mistakes, teaching knitting in front of a bunch of other people. Okay, so start over the row. We're going to purl. I'm locking that yarn in there, and then we're coming under. Okay. So now we purl, and we bring the new yarn underneath. And, to be honest, this is not how I actually purl. I usually use the Portuguese purl because it's way easier to do. So I would bring this under like so. So just grab the thumb, pull it over the top there, and pull it through. Bring that yarn under. Portuguese purl is significantly easier than purling English style. So that's often how I will purl. But you can purl your normal way. Doesn't matter the method that you use, just that you purl and that you bring that yarn underneath the previous yarn. You're twisting that underneath. Okay. And got one last stitch. And there we go. Okay, so we can see that we have our Latvian braid, and this one is going the other direction. So if you wanted to go this direction, then you would go over, okay, wind the yarn over the first time. Basically, you do the opposite. So instead of winding it the direction that we did during this braid here, you would do the opposite. The opposite's going to make this row on the bottom and this row on top, which is going to make it look like it's pointing this way. You reverse them, then it looks like it's going that way. So that's how we do the Latvian braid. We take questions for a few minutes. If you need to see this again, luckily it's recorded, so you guys can watch the replay for the next 48 hours and follow along. So do we have any questions about the Latvian braid? What is a Portuguese purl? That purl stitch that I was doing in the last few stitches there, where you use the thumb, that's the Portuguese purl. So usually you have the yarn tensioned around your neck. I didn't do that for this one, but that's you use your left hand or your non-dominant hand to sort of manipulate the stitches. Portuguese knitting is done by knitting with the thumbs. So it's very like relaxed. It's very like easy on your hands. I'm not a big fan of doing the Portuguese knitting stitch because I knit very comfortably with the English style knit stitch, but English style purl stitching is really annoying. So that's why I use the Portuguese purl stitch, especially in something like this where I feel like I'm struggling to switch a lot. It's just way easier to sort of grab that with my thumb and move it along. So do you always, I see these mittens, these used on mittens a lot. Is it possible to work these in the round? Yes. The technique is slightly, there's a little bit to it to do the transition in the round. There's a lot of great tutorials on YouTube, but I didn't think that trying to do this in the round was going to be as simple for the demonstration, but the concept is basically the same. Do you always start the Latvian braid on the right side? Yeah, usually you're going to want the braid to be on the right side. So that's where you would want to, you do your setup row to add in those different strains. And you could do this with more colors as well if you wanted to. So you could do this with like 3 or 4. You would just sort of, switch between them as you go along. Sandra says, wow, that was like magic. I was sure that it would not work. It looks good. Hope I can remember it. Let's see. Kathleen says, can you use this at the bottom of a sweater in place of ribbing? It doesn't behave like ribbing. So I don't think that it's going to end up really causing a lot of like tension horizontally, but it doesn't have the same kind of stretch that ribbing has. So you're not doing knits and purls in sequence, which is what sort of creates that stretchy ribbed fabric. You're doing knits on one row, and you're basically doing like a section of reverse stockinette to sort of pop out the fabric. That's what's giving it that elevated look or texture. So as far as like a design choice, sure, people put it as like, around the cuffs or around the base of a sweater, but it's not going to behave like ribbing in those cases. We just answered that question. What is the Portuguese pearl? So you can watch for the answer on that one. Okay, let's see. We are going to take a short little break to prepare for our next segment. We're going to be doing the Estonian inlay knitting, Ruusumini or Ruusutud. This is going to be a relatively short demonstration, I think. But I'm basically just going to show you how I made the first part of the design that I just did here. Yeah, we're going to take a short break and then we'll be back with more. And Liz says, love your presentations of cooking. You're so down to earth. It does sometimes make me laugh. Keep up this wonderful way of your self-presentation. Great. Thank you. I'll do my best to not, not lose myself and become fake. Okay. All right. We'll see you guys in just a bit. Okay, we are back and we are talking about Estonian inlay knitting. I didn't have time to make up a bunch of slides and presentations on this topic, so we're just going to look at some photos on Google to get an idea of what it is that we are going to be doing today. So this is Estonian inlay knitting. It is also called Russitude or Russamini, and it is a type of color work that's like pseudo color work, I would say. It sort of falls into the same family of double stitching, because you're really only adding yarn into the fabric as you work. And the way that you do it is that you're making these wraps. Okay. So you'll see these horizontal bars of color that are wrapped around stitches
as you knit. And usually you're going to be working from a chart that is going to tell you where to place those wraps into your knits. It is used very much in the Baltic states, but it is considered an Estonian handicraft. It's considered to be one of the two Estonian knitting techniques that were invented here. And that's also indicative because of the name, the Russitude and Russamini, which what do they mean?
Rose. It's a rose.
Rosamina, which is rose, because I think traditionally sort of make like a flower design, but it is used a lot in the gloves and mittens that are made traditionally in the more rural areas of Estonia, especially on the islands here. And you will see lots of different, interesting designs. It is sometimes used in other types of fabric, like with sweaters or hats, like this one here on the right. This woman here is Alex Bird. She is an Estonian knitwear designer who uses this technique quite a bit. So actually, most of these more modern looking versions are her designs. She doesn't live in Estonia. I've never met her. I think she lives in the UK. But she's here. She's even wearing a traditional Estonian skirt. And you also notice you'll see these Latvian braids in some of the designs as well. So what we're going to do right now is I'm going to demonstrate how do we do this technique. And like all these techniques, it's much easier than it looks. Okay, so we can see here in the design that I already did that we have wrapped the yarn horizontally around a stitch. And then here I've wrapped it around 3 stitches. Then on the next row, it's wrapped around 2. It comes underneath 1 stitch, wraps around 2. Okay, so we're just sort of weaving the yarn around over stitches. We also do the same thing kind of on the back, and we're carrying the yarn up to the next row at a diagonal. And you don't have to really attach the yarn any other way. Obviously, you would secure this by darning it, weaving it into the wrong side of the work. But it's sort of just living on top of the knitting. It is integrated into the knitting, but it's not integrated into the stitches exactly. It's weaving through the stitches. So here's how we do that. I'm going to knit to the middle here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay, that should bring us to the middle. I already have yarn attached, so I'm just going to bring this between the stitches and to the front. Okay, and then we're going to knit the stitch like so, and then we just bring it back. Okay, we don't really have to do a whole lot to it. We don't have to hold it down real tight. We'll sort of tighten the stitch on the next row. Okay, so now we have a little piece of yarn that's integrated into the fabric, just wrapped around this stitch. And then we're going to knit to the end of the row. And we'll basically do the opposite on the next row. So we'll turn our work. I'm going to knit a few stitches back in and where I want to come in here is
up one row and over one stitch. So I'm going to knit to that stitch here, that break. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the yarn and I'm just going to throw it back over to the front. Okay. And then in this case, I want to knit 3 stitches or work 3 stitches. So I'm purling 1, 2, 3. And then I'll bring the yarn back to the back between the stitches, just like that. Okay. And I wouldn't normally do this. This is just for the demo where the yarn's jumping over across like that. So, okay. So we just pulled the yarn between and to the back, and then we knit over it, working the rest of our stockinette as normal. And then we're going to flip this back around, and we can see we made another bar across. Now, I would definitely want to fix that tension a little bit. I don't want to pull too hard on it because that is going to pull across. So when you see this design, it's going to have, you know, a very like soft tension to it. It's not going to be real tight against the fabric. So you'll notice that they sort of like have this roundness to the stitches. And that's just the nature of the technique. So let's knit another row here, and we'll just continue working a similar pattern as I did in the sample. So here I'm going to bring the yarn up in front, and then we'll just knit 2 stitches this time. I'll bring it in back. Then I'm going to knit 1 stitch, and then bring it in front again. Knit 2 stitches, and then I'll bring it to the back. And there we go. So we'll just work to the end of the row. And I'm going to do one more demonstration row for you here. Again, I want to tighten these up a little bit. I can see that the tension is not quite how I would like it. So I'm just going to kind of pull that way, but I'm not going to pull too hard. And then we'll tighten up the tension right there and down like so. Now, if you pull too tight, you can see here that the strand's sort of pulling up because it wants to come and follow that path. I don't really want that to happen. So I'll pull a little bit of tension out of here to even that out. Okay, so let's do one more row and then we can answer some questions. Although I'm not an expert on this technique, so I'm not sure that I will have all the answers, but we can also just chat about Estonia for a bit if you're interested in that. Okay, so I know that this is where the yarn came through. I want to jump up a row and over 1 stitch. So I'm going to come back to the front. I'm going to do 2 stitches. And then we'll bring the yarn to the back. I'm going to knit 1 stitch or purl 1 stitch, and then I'm going to bring it back to the front here. Work a stitch, come back, and then I will work a stitch, come back again, and work a stitch. And we'll come back to the back and finish up the row. So if you're wondering, how do I know what to do? I don't. I just made up this pattern maybe an hour or 2 ago. So it's so simple that you can kind of play with this and do all kinds of things. So there we go. That is Estonian Rosumini. Rosamini. I can't speak Estonian. So, okay, let's answer a few questions about that. And okay. Elizabeth says, you said that there's 2 techniques unique to Estonia besides rosetude. What is the other technique? The other technique is Estonian lace, which is defined by the noop, which is basically a form of a bobble. And it's basically a little tiny nub of stitches that is knit into Estonian lace. And the reason why it was developed was back in the sort of like the Victorian area, the Haapsalu region of Estonia was very popular as sort of like a vacation destination for like rich Russians and other Europeans. And people would bring home these shawls, but because of the Industrial Revolution, lace knitting machines were able to produce the shawls much faster and cheaper. And so to prove that they were able to be, that these were hand knit, they would make these little noops, these little tiny baubles that, you know, would pepper the pattern, because the machines can't make those shapes. So they can't make those kinds of stitches. So that way you would know that you had a true Estonian lace shawl because it was actually knit by hand. And they're really annoying to knit, but they're really beautiful. Anita says, how similar is this Estonian inlay to smock, to stitches? The technique in and of itself is sort of similar, but smocking, usually your goal is to pull the stitches in horizontally to sort of make a distortion in the fabric to a degree. Whereas this is more, you know, it's called an inlay because it's just sort of set on top. It's not really meant to sort of disrupt the fabric in any way. It sort of just integrates and weaves through the fabric. Whereas smocking is really sort of a textural element that is making some changes to the fabric and the design. So often you'll have sort of ribs that get pulled in through smocking because that's pulled more tightly. Heather, okay, wait, is the benefit to this Estonian technique as opposed to double stitching? Is there a benefit to this? Yeah, sure. I mean, it's simpler than double stitching, but it's also limited in its application. So it's generally done in these horizontal bars. And the double stitching is really meant to sort of mimic the stitches that are already there. And so let's say that it's as if you're coloring those stitches as they exist. You're following the same path as the yarn to create a new color stitch that looks like it's integrated into the fabric. Whereas that's not the goal of this. The goal of this is for it to look like it's on the fabric. So not that it's integrated, but that it's sort of like an element that is on top of the fabric, if that makes sense. But also this is way simpler to do than the double stitching. Double stitching, you know, you have to sort of weave the yarn underneath and around and through and follow the path of the stitch. So it's a little bit more involved process. Is it possible to have the texture shapes of the Latvian braid with only one color? Yeah, sure. You could do that with one color. And I've seen tutorials on YouTube that demonstrate the technique with one color for sure. But it will do the same thing. It'll just look, it won't be such a strong visual in the sense of having those contrasting colors or that barber pulling, but you'll still have that textural element, and it will still have that sort of visual design of the arrows going across. Are the overlays always horizontal? Can they be vertical too? I haven't seen them being done vertically, but that doesn't mean that I may just not have researched the topic enough. But what I have seen has mostly been horizontal. So I don't think that there's any reason why you couldn't do them vertically, other than there isn't really a good way that I can think of. Let me think about that. In my mind, there's a hurdle to making that work properly, but I can't figure out what that is. I would need to test it to be sure. Kathleen says, I thought that Rossitude was Scandinavian and Haapsalu scarves are unique to Estonia. Well, Haapsalu is a region in Estonia, so the scarves are named after that area. Rossitude, Scandinavian, sort of like a region. There's a lot of, cross pollination of ideas, but my understanding is that technique came from here. It may have spread across other countries that are in Scandinavia, although I don't think that technically Estonia is considered Scandinavian. But yeah, it is historically seems to be derived from Estonia. There are no stupid questions, Christo. What is the advantage of doing this rather than embroidering the finished product? Again, I think that it's just, you can do it while you're knitting and it's not really complicated. It doesn't take a lot of effort to do it. You're just sort of like, place the yarn, keep going, place the yarn, keep going. Whereas embroidering, you've already knit the whole project and you need to come back and sort of put the work into it. Could you do that? Absolutely. There's a where I don't know where it's from, but I have a blanket that's made using a similar technique that's done in woven fabric. I don't know the name of it. Maybe somebody does, but I know that it's sort of like a Dutch origin to it. So, and that one, you're doing it with a long needle, and you're sort of weaving through the fabric, different colors and stuff, and it creates that same kind of texture that you would do here. If you're going to embroider, I would say that I would do something more complicated, more interesting, since you have the flexibility of sort of placing those stitches wherever you want versus being not stuck, but, sort of just doing something simple like this, where, you're just making these little bars left and right. But, if you would rather do it later, then that's fine too. Like, nobody's saying that you shouldn't. Carrie says that Rossitude is only horizontal and is right to left. I mean, that makes sense to me. But like there are no rules in knitting. Like, do the stuff, experiment, try stuff. If you want to try doing it vertical, if you want to go left to right, you do it. Try it. See what happens. Maybe it fails, and then that doesn't work. And there's a reason why it was only left to right. So, or right to left. Who cares? Let's see. Sorry. Okay, we missed something. In more complex knits, such as Fair Isle, there are a lot of loose ends. Is there a specific method to tie in the ends? I mean, there are lots of methods. I don't think that me trying to explain them would be as useful as seeing them in action. So that's a good topic to include in future trainings. But I know for a fact that, you know, if you look up sort of like weaving in ends as you go, there's a technique that's similar to what we just did with the Latvian braid, where you sort of like are wrapping the yarn as you are knitting across, and that sort of weaves in those ends on the back end without having to weave them in later. And there's a few different techniques like that that sort of allow you to not have to manage so many loose ends as you go. But I think probably, you know, do a search on YouTube for those. You're going to find, you know, a couple of different methods that will be, I think, more helpful than just a verbal explanation. We'll take a couple more questions, and then we're going to take a short break. Wanda asks, we're having a competition for who gets to have their question answered first. Wanda says, does the Estonian inlay stitches get caught on rings or dogs' nails easily and if pulled? I don't know, because I don't have a dog and I don't wear rings. But I would say that depending on what the project is and where you're wearing it, then, you know, it is a loose stitch. So, you know, it's not like, can you grab that and get it snagged on there and it comes, you know, it has slack? Sure. Like that's definitely possible. So, you know, it's certainly something to think about. Is it a huge enough risk that you would not do it? I'm not sure. Like, I think the chances of that happening and ruining are relatively low, especially if it's not something that's, you know, that's just a little design element in some wrist cuffs or something like that. So. Can you just do the stitching after you completed your knitting? Yeah, someone asked a similar question, and I said that, you know, sure, you can, but I think that it's such a simple technique that it seems to me that it would just be more efficient to do it while you're knitting. I think that that's sort of why the technique was developed, so that you don't have to go back later and then sort of add it in. Okay, we are going to wrap things up for this session. Our final session is on two-color brioche, and we're going to do a demo of doing two-color brioche in the round. But we are going to be back at 2:30 p.m. Eastern, and we will see you. We'll see you then. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves here. Yeah, we'll be back soon. Okay, and we are back with our final session of today. We're going to be talking about two-color brioche, which, as far as colorwork techniques go, I think is one of the most dramatic and exciting colorwork techniques that there is. It is the first technique that I ever taught as a class, and it's one that's very close to my heart. So we are going to talk a little bit about two-color brioche, what it is, what you can do with it, and then I'm going to show you a demonstration of my favorite way to learn two-color brioche, which is by doing it in the round. And it's much easier than you might think. So let me pull up my slides. Okay, so two-color brioche is a technique that is technically double knitting. Okay, you're knitting two sides of the fabric at one time. But the way that you do it creates these kind of interlocking ribs. Those ribs aren't super solid, and so they allow you to see through to the other side. And this is often knit with two different colors. You can knit it with one color, but it's most often knit with two colors so that you get these really striking contrasts. So you'll have one color as the rib, and then the recessed part of it is your other color, but you're still going to see bleed through of your original color, the front facing color, which gives it this really interesting dynamic look to it that you're not going to find basically with any other kind of knitting. Now, the problem with this is that because it is essentially double knitting, there's a lot to manage. And if you're knitting it flat, you're going to be working essentially 4 rows before you really finish a complete repeat of the ribbing stitch. So two-color brioche is done by making these, they're almost like lace stitches. You're sort of wrapping the yarn over the stitch. And this is called when you then knit those stitches together, you have sort of like 2 stitches that you knit at one time. That's called a brioche knit. And then you'll do the same kind of thing on the next round with the purls. So you work all of the knit stitches, and then you set up the purl stitches in one row. And then on the next row, you're going to work all of the purl stitches, and you'll set up the next set of knit stitches. Now, there's a couple ways that you go about sort of setting up those stitches to begin with, just with some basic ribbing. We're not going to get into all of that. That's not really the point of today. The point is to show you that it's not as scary as it might seem. So what can you do with two-color brioche? Because it's not just ribbing. There's actually quite a bit that you can do with this technique, which makes it, I think, one of the more dynamic and interesting techniques. So first of all, you can play a lot with color. These are some shawls that were designed by Stephen West. And you can see on the left side here that we have these super bright highlighted colors that are on top of a more neutral gray. In the middle, we have, a more contrasty dark black on the front. And then we also have that neutral gray. And then on the right side, he's worked with a hand-dyed yarn. I think actually both of the yarns are hand-dyed, but one is more lightly dyed that just has sort of some speckles in it, and that's where you're getting those ribs. But then on the back, you've got the really drastically changing colors from some hand-dyed yarn. And this allows you to sort of really get to you see those yarns shine, but they're contrasted with those ribs, and gives it a very cool, interesting look. Now, you can also do cables in
ribbing, which is not something that you see that often. This also works in regular ribbing as well, but when you're doing it with the 2-color brioche, then you start to get these sort of waves and these sort of, dips and dives into the fabric. And you can see some of this more like Celtic style knot braiding that gives it is really accentuated on another level because you have those high contrasts between the color that's on the front and the color that's on the back. It makes those ribbing designs pop a lot. And then you can just do, some more basic shaping. Now, the one on the left is still using some rib patterns. The one on the right is doing more with just the shaping of the shawl. But again, you can create these really dynamic, swooping, curving, beautiful, you can do leaf shapes, you can do waves, you can do all kinds of interesting things. And again, playing with those like hand-dyed yarns is really nice because it lets those yarns sort of be the star of the show in a different way. I think in a way that sort of highlights them in a more unique way, let's say. And some of these designs are just mind-blowing. Okay, I mean, I was doing some research for this, and I personally, I don't even know how. I'm sure that if I had the pattern in the chart, I could knit this, but I would say even for me, this would be a bit of a challenge. So it is an incredibly versatile technique, and it's something that can be more on the simple side of the design with a basic hat, or you can go something that's way more involved. Like I believe this is a beret that has really intricate cabling and shaping elements to it that are going to really show off your expertise. So whether you're a little bit closer to the intermediate side of things or you're very advanced, this is a skill, a technique that I think that you will find a lot to explore with, because there are also a lot of textural stitch patterns that are not just the ribbing, that use brioche style techniques that we're not going to cover right now. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to play for you a clip from a video that I made a little while back, where I'm going to demonstrate for you how to do 2-color brioche in the round. Now, this isn't going to go into the setup rounds. But again, that's basically just doing 1-by-1 rib to get started. What we're going to do here is I'm going to show you how to do this in the round because it's a lot easier than it looks. So 2-color brioche creates this fluffy ribbed fabric that has a lot of volume to it, and it looks really, really cool. It kind of has this herringbone design in between the ribs. We're going to be using this sort of fluffy, bulky weight yarn, and also this bright fingering weight yarn. So let's cast on, and I'll show you how to set this up and then how to do the brioche in the round stitches. And to knit this, we're going to be using some US size 11 knitting needles, which are a little bit bigger than we want for that bulky yarn, but for this stitch, the bigger the needle, the better. So a 10, 11, 13, those are all going to be pretty good. Now, in my opinion, the best way to cast on 2-color brioche is using a 2-color Italian cast on. However, it's a little bit more of an advanced cast on technique. So instead, I'm going to show you a variation of the long tail cast on using 2 colors. So we're going to create a slip knot using both of the yarn colors here, and I'm just going to turn this the other way real fast. Okay, this one you don't actually have to measure out the
yarn ahead of time because we're going to be using both sides of the yarn in this, and we're going to alternate. So this is something called a 1x1 or an alternating long tail cast on, but here we're going to be using two different colors. So we're going to do our first color like normal, if you're familiar with the long tail cast on. And then instead of continuing going under the thumb, we're going to come over here and come underneath the forefinger, over the top and back through that loop on our index finger. And then we'll let that loop drop off and we'll tighten down. Here we're going to do it a little bit on the loose side. Okay. And then we're just going to alternate back and forth. So we'll do our normal long tail cast on like so, and come underneath the thumb, finger, forefinger, and back through. Okay, so you're going to continue doing this cast on until you have a total of 60 or 61 stitches here. Remember that we're going to drop off this slip knot here, so these don't count as stitches. Okay, our first row here, we are going to knit flat, and this is going to be a prep row. So we are going to start with the, we should have one of the bulky stitches here. We're going to slip that stitch purlwise, and we're going to keep the yarn in front of our needle. So we'll be creating a yarn over as we knit the next stitch. Okay, so bring the yarn to the front, slip that stitch purlwise, and then knit the next stitch. All right, once we finish the round, we're going to do the next round, and you can see here that those knit stitches are all by themselves. They don't have a yarn over with them. So we're going to take our other color here, and I'm going to bring that yarn in front, and we're going to slip the stitch and bring the yarn over the needle and back round front. And then we're going to purl this stitch with its yarn over, and that's called a brioche purl. Okay, so we're going to slip one yarn round needle and brioche purl. Okay, and we're going to do that all the way around. So we're going to take this color here, and you can see that we have these knit stitches here. Okay, and that means that we're going to knit into this stitch. We're going to knit it together with the yarn over. This is called a brioche knit. So we're going to brioche knit, then we're going to bring the yarn in front, and we're going to slip the next stitch. Okay, so that is called a yarn over slip one. Then we're going to knit the next stitch with the brioche knit, bring it in front, slip, and we'll bring that yarn over the top while we knit this yarn over with the knit stitch. Okay, let's do that one more time, like so. And we're going to do this all the way around till we get to our stitch marker at the beginning of the round. And that's pretty much it for doing the two color brioche in the round. So once you have knit to your desired length, I'm going to knit this entire ball, and you're going to end up with a really beautiful fluffy cowl. And then you can just bind off using your preferred bind off method, or there's an Italian bind off that will also work for this.
Okay, so there we go. That is how easy it is to do two color brioche. Now, if you are beginning with brioche, I highly recommend
doing it in the round first. That way you're going to get used to those stitches and how those stitches work. And you're not going to have to sort of navigate the double layered element of knitting like if you were doing it flat. I think that's a lot of people get kind of tripped up because of how you have to move the yarn, the work back and forth on the needle. In working in the round, you don't have to do any of that, but you're going to get familiar with those movements of doing the yarn overs and the knit two togethers for the brioche knit and the purl stitches. And so when you have that base to work from, then you can go work on stuff that is knit flat, which is a little bit more challenging in my opinion. So we have some time to answer a few questions on this topic, and then we're going to sort of wrap things up for today. And we're going to tell you about this week's or today's challenge as well at the very end. So what kind of questions do we have? Why do you use such different weights? What was the end use of the piece? Okay, so I used different weights just for fun. I wanted to do something different in that project to show off sort of the flexibility of a technique like that, where you end up with a little bit more even drastic distinctions between the two colors, because one's really thin and one's really thick. So the thick color is like really big and bold, and the thin color is a little bit more like a highlight. So it was just a design choice. But normally you would knit with two yarns of the same weight, but it also just doesn't matter with this technique. The needle is sort of what's determining the size of the stitches. So, it still ends up working out fine. What is the difference between fisherman's rib and brioche? So fisherman's rib is a little bit tighter. It's still very fluffy and squishy, but it's done using a technique called the knit one below, where you're sort of knitting into, so you have your stitch that you would knit into. Instead of knitting into that stitch, you're actually going into the stitch underneath, and then you're dropping this stitch on top. Now, what actually ends up happening is that it's creating that same sort of interlocking double row of stitches that creates that herringbone. But because of the way it's knit, rather than doing those wraps, the yarn over wraps, it sort of ends up a little bit tighter fabric versus the brioche version of the fabric. So from the mechanics of how they end up how the fabric works, it's very similar, but it's just how the fabric is actually made gives it a little bit different texture. Not texture, but density, let's say. Oh yeah, someone asked what was the use of the pattern. So we were making a cowl. So it's a very simple, brioche cowl. It's just a big loop. You knit it for 12, 14 inches. It's about yay wide, and then it has this nice draping effect. So it's a great simple project. That version that I knit with those really big needles and the big yarn, I think took 4 hours to knit in total, maybe a little bit less. And it goes once you get into the groove, it goes really easily. You can sit and watch, TV and knit it once you sort of get into the rhythm of the ribbing. Mm-hmm. We're having a big storm right now. Maybe you can hear the thunder. Do you have to set up 2 rows in the round? I don't
think so. I don't remember. I mean, I actually wasn't paying attention during the video, so I don't remember what I said. I think in the round you shouldn't need to do 2 rows, but I do think when you're doing it flat, you have to set up each side of the fabric. So you may have to do it there, but don't quote me on that. It's getting crazy out there. Is it hailing? Yeah, it's like really hard rain. Okay. Where am I located? I live in Estonia. Beverly says the difference for me is that I can do knit one below, but I can't do brioche. Well, I think that you can do brioche, you just haven't been successful yet. Anita says that would have been my question, the difference in gauge between the 2 methods. Meaning between fisherman's rib and brioche. Yeah. Sure, you will have a difference in gauge, but I mean, you would have a difference in gauge for lots of different reasons, not just the method of construction. Okay. Anita also says, which would be faster, doing 2 passes in brioche or doing double knitting in the same number of stitches? It's like, I don't know. It depends on what your goal is. So the advantage with 2-color brioche is sort of that it's a very wide stitch. So let's say that, like, if you needed to knit something, like let's say you wanted to knit a big brioche blanket, like I would never do that double knitting, but I might consider doing it with brioche, because you're going to get more distance horizontally with brioche way faster than you're going to get it with just normal stitches. If that answers your question. Roy asks, where did you live when you started New Stitch a Day? I've been with you since you started, although you don't hear from me often. Oh, this is Catherine. Ah, okay. Hi, Catherine. Thank you for being a loyal fan. Where did I start? So I actually was traveling full time, working for a company, doing multimedia presentations for schools and churches around the United States. So I would drive around the country in a van, and we would set up these like giant screens, and basically just press play. So that was my job. And I had the idea to start this to sort of as a challenge to myself to get better at knitting, and make videos of stitch patterns. So I don't think I was the very first person to do that, but let's say I was like, 3rd or 4th person on YouTube doing that. So I was in Binghamton, New York at a Days Inn when I made the first video. I designed the logo. I did all that stuff, filmed it, edited it. It took like 8 hours from start to finish to do one video that was teaching like how to do a slip knot. I think it was like the simplest thing, I could probably put that video out and up in less than an hour now. But yeah, so that's where I was. Shortly after that, I lived in Loveland, Colorado, which is sort of where the first, place I was in consistently, where I was working on New Stitch a Day. And then a lot of the classes that are in the academy from the earlier, where I have like a goatee, those were filmed in California when we had a studio in my parents' house. So Carrie wants to know what brought me to, Lisa says, is the cowl workshop you were doing with the Access Pass using Brioche? Well, the picture is a mosaic cowl that I just found online. It's not like my own design. Like you could do it with Brioche. The idea that, like, my goal with the kinds of programs that I do is much more about teaching you frameworks and blueprints for how to make your own projects. So I'm not going to teach you a specific sock design. I'm going to teach you the blueprint for making your own sock pattern. And it's not about designing the pattern. It's about knowing how those types of projects work so that you are empowered to make them your own. You can make your own decisions and change things up. So the reason why we're doing it with a cowl is because that's sort of the simplest way to get into that idea. There's not a lot of components. It's just, you can focus on the color work and not so much on the shape of the piece of the fabric and stuff. So I still have the sweater fitting video and tutorial. It's been many years. Oh, that's great. Well, we'll have more information on something like that coming up this fall. Lila asks, how do you rip back to fix a mistake? That depends on what you're doing. If you're ripping out a lot of stitches, then usually I mean, it's not how I do it, but you would run a needle through stitches along the row as far back as you want to do that. Otherwise, the easiest way is just to take your needle out and just sort of pull stitches out. But we have a video on New Stitch a Day that shows how to rip back stitches. Maybe somebody can post it in the chat. Do you usually do brioche with the same width yarn? Yeah. I was just playing with the form just to make things interesting for that demo. Yeah, you could also use a lifeline if that's a concept that you're familiar with. But I'm guessing if you're asking how to rip back, then you haven't heard of lifelines yet. So lifelines are sort of putting a string or waste yarn in the knitting at a certain point so that you can, that goes through the stitches so that you can rip back to there and the stitches won't unravel at all. So it's sort of like having like let's say like a net to catch you when you fall. It's most commonly used with like lace stitches or things where it's very difficult you can't just rip out the fabric like without ruining the pattern. So that sort of helps you sort of reset so that you can like start back and fix mistakes without having to rip out the entire project. And Rose says ripping back in brioche is easier with the lifeline. Yeah, well, it behaves a lot like lace. So it's definitely, yeah, it's very difficult to repair mistakes in brioche because you're sort of working stitches that are coming from multiple rows at once. And so I have done it, but it's, it's not the easiest thing. Okay, well, we are going to now end the discussion on this topic, but if you have more questions about brioche or other knitting related things, please post them into the Yarnist Society community. One, I think there are a lot of people that would love to hear the answers to some of these questions, but there are also a ton of knowledgeable knitters, many knitters that are more knowledgeable than I am. Like much more knowledgeable than I am, that are happy to jump in there and offer some direction, resources, and help you find an answer or an even better answer to your question. So
I've already seen a bunch of people posting stuff in there from previous sessions that we've had today. So that's incredibly encouraging to see people helping each other out. But that is the best place to go to sort of continue the conversation. But what I want to do right now is sort of wrap things up. We're going to talk a little bit about our challenge, which we are going to be making a Rusitude swatch today. And you need to include a Latvian braid, either at the beginning or at the end. Okay. So you can do a simple design like this one. I'll post it into the community. I don't really know how, I made this up myself. So I'll do my best to include a chart to give you guys an idea how does it work. But I think that you can kind of figure it out based off of the demonstration from earlier. So that will be posted up into the community within the next hour or so. Yeah, make a swatch. It doesn't have to be that big. This one I think is only 15 stitches wide, which is perfectly fine. And if you post that into the community before 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, then you'll be included for a drawing to receive a hand-dyed skein of yarn from Storyteller Stitchery from Melissa Renfrey's dye house. Again, we'll be purchasing it for you so she's not sponsoring this event because we want to make sure that she gets paid for her hard work because we value our hand dyers. And yeah, that's the challenge. But I want to know, what were your guys' big takeaways from today's sessions? What did you learn that you didn't already know? I'll answer a couple more questions here. Sheridan says, where can we vote? I looked on Facebook page, but we couldn't find a post about it. So it's in the community. So the Facebook page is not our community. That's just a brand page. You have to go to the Yarnist Society. So you can log into the Yarnist Society by going to academy.yarnist.co. So everybody that has registered for this event should have an account already. We make it for you automatically. If you haven't registered, then you'll want to register first, and then you can log in. And then in the community, you'll be able to find the post under the summer knitting weekend space in the event space, and there's a post for the voting. And let's see, there was. Sabia says I use dental. Oh yeah. So if we already did the Latvian braids while we were doing the demo, then we only have the Estonian inlay left to do for the challenge. Yep. You're ahead of the game. Great intro to these techniques. Jennifer says, I've been knitting for 60 years and have never done any of these techniques. That's awesome. Catherine says, I had no idea about the Latvian braid or the Estonian techniques. Julie says, the Latvian braid and the Rusitude, I have seen them in pictures and always wondered how to do them. They're amazing. Crystal says, I love the Latvian braids. I'm also ready to watch the Brioche video again with the ability to pause and wrap my brain around things. Well, let me encourage you that it is not at all that complicated. But yeah, we have the replays, and I'll tell you a secret about that one. That video is already on YouTube. I just cut it out. It's in a really big video about Christmas knitting. I just took it and I showed it here. Medieval History says, another excellent day of fun and learning. Thank you so much. And thank you for being here. Catherine asks,
Will the videos be available now? I couldn't knit fast enough to follow along with the Latvian braid. Yeah, so these are going to be available for the next 48 hours to watch on the various platforms, and then they'll be put into the vault for the all access pass holders. Now, if you're interested in getting an all access pass because you either missed the stuff on Monday or you want to catch up on stuff from yesterday, because you only have one more, basically have until we start tomorrow to watch yesterday's videos. You can go to, should we go to the community or should we give them a link so that they can upgrade?
You can go to the community.
Go to the community. If you go to the community, there's a card in the space, the event space, that says all access pass. And you can click on that and there's a button to upgrade. We have a discount right now. It's 50% off during the event. So if you upgrade before the end of the day on Monday, okay, so this whole thing sort of goes through Monday. We're not doing any new sessions on Monday, but we still have the sessions available to watch on Monday, along with the announcement of the yarn crate winners, the yarn winners for that. Yeah, you can go in there and you can upgrade there. Is the all access pass for 1 year? It is not. It is forever. Even better, right? Learning how to do two-color Latvian braid was so cool. I previously learned how to do the Vickel braid, which was also neat. Yeah, I think they're kind of similar techniques, but they might be done differently. Teresa says, this has been the most information I've stuffed into my brain in one day in a long time. Thank you for all your work. Well, I hope that we didn't hurt you, but I am really glad that you were able to learn a lot. All right, folks. Well, thank you so much for all of your feedback. Those are some great takeaways. It has been a blast spending time with you today, and I am super excited for tomorrow because not only do we have some very interesting topics about how to use different kinds of yarns, we're going to talk about how the color in the yarn works, not just yarn colors, but yarn that is colored. We're going to talk about the different ways that that's done. And we're also going to talk about some tips and tricks for using those different cool yarns. They're kind of like hacks that will make it even easier to sort of blow your friends' minds when you're knitting. And again, they're easy. They're not that difficult. It's just switching colors. And then in the afternoon, I'm going to do a little workshop on making your own Colorwork charts. So I'm going to show you some tools that I use. I'm also going to show you some really cool websites that you can use to take images and turn them into things that you can make charts from. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. And then we have a really, really big announcement, something that we have not mentioned at all. It's not the yarn crate. It's not Yarnist Plus. It's not in the Academy. It's not the workshop that's coming. It's something completely different. And you guys are going to have the first opportunity to hear about it tomorrow. So you're not going to want to miss that one for sure. Okay. We're going to continue this conversation in the community. I love you all. Thank you all for your time. Have a great rest of your day. And remember to keep knitting fearlessly.